Good morning. Holy shit, guys. I just slept for probably 14 hours. Slept for 14 hours straight. I woke up maybe hour and a half ago. It's 9 p.m. where I am. So my sleep schedule is totally fucked up right now. I have no idea how this happened. It's I think it's because of the live streams, because I finished them so late, my local time, and I'm always so hyped up afterwards that I can't go to sleep. So yeah, it's your fault. Did you meet that girl who wanted to see you on Monday? Which one are you talking about? You keep better track of my leads than I do. I honestly I have no idea which girl you're talking about. I did say some, but I don't know if it's the same one you're talking about. And also, it becomes a little bit more difficult to schedule if you're waking up at 8 p.m. and then you start streaming. Then when you're done streaming, it's 3 or 4 a.m. Yo, bro, the Coke Zero is in the fridge. I'm getting it ready. I'm getting it ready for a long fucking session today. Bro, just trained chest and arms with full ROM. That's amazing, man. I'm going to train hamstrings later today. So I'm gonna, after this live, probably 4 or 5 a.m. or some shit like that. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna do hamstrings. I'm gonna do Romanian deadlifts. I'm gonna do a bunch of other shit before that to pre-fatigue and stuff. But then after that, we're hitting the Romanian deadlifts. You have a night shift or something? Well, I mean, this is my night shift, right? My night shift is doing these live streams essentially. Yeah, it's a nice night shift. All right, let's just get to it. All right, so we're talking to this girl yesterday with the messy bed, but I like it. You know what I like about it? I won't have to feel so guilty for messing it up even more. So that's why I went with the messy bed to begin with, because I knew it would get to a point where I could say something like this. And then she throws me the artistic disorder, which is good because I can actually use that to then say post-multi-orgasmic disorder. I like that term. And then we're doing typical WebMD, when you're Googling your disorders, you get the common causes and symptoms and stuff. So we just do something based off that. So normally occurs after 20-30 orgasms. Common symptoms include muscle fatigue, a sense of euphoria, shortness of breath, respiratory difficulties, very high risk for addiction. Damn, do you teach sexology? So now obviously I could say something related to my job, but that would be too easy, and it would also be it wouldn't be super applicable for you guys. I feel like the purpose with these live streams is it's not to get me lace or anything. The purpose of it is really just to educate, just to give away value, really. And I don't see the point in talking about my job because you guys won't be able to use it. So I want to do something that any of you guys could just replicate. So I'm gonna go with something that is not related to the job. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the chat on my other computer here. Can you give us some good strategies for winning over the mother hen? Actually, I did a 4-hour live stream on that 2 days ago. So if you go to the live streams and you check how to crush group sets, I talk about this in depth, very in depth. I tell you exactly what to say. I tell you exactly what to do. I tell you exactly what to look for. So just check out that stream. You will know. All right. Damn, do you teach sexology? Let's because the thing is, we still wanna we still want to keep authority. We still want to do this in a way where we convey authority and expertise without necessarily saying that we're working with it. So we can go with something like so we can say this: yes, I'm going to teach you everything you've ever wanted to learn. Because when she's saying, damn, do you teach sexology? She's not saying this in like a literal way. She doesn't think I'm a sexology teacher. She's just saying like, damn, you sound experienced. So we're just gonna go along with it. Yes, I'm going to teach you everything you've ever wanted to learn. And then she's absolutely going to respond with something positive, like 100%. And then the next step could be asking her specifically, apart from the multiple orgasms, what else would she like to learn? Yo, Alex, what is a good one for all response when a girl asks what is your type? All right, so when you get on the topic of the girl being your type, you want to think about setting positive frames that are going to help you move the interaction forward. So we want to be thinking commitment and consistency bias, and we also want to be thinking, we want to pick very positive qualities that she's very unlikely to disagree with. So, for example, if she asks what your type is, we could say fun, spontaneous, open-minded. First of all, I would start off with describing her physically. So I would say let's say she's brunette, blue eyes. And if you have a lot of compliance, you can add submissive at the end. If you have a lot of compliance. Don't do it if the interaction has been kind of meh. Because then you might just get some pushback on it. But even then, it could still be worth it, to be honest. But this is something that I'll definitely like to add in there. That's how I would, respond to her being my type. But yes, like you're saying in the chat, I think you're pretty on point with what you're already doing. The thing with nice booty is I would only add that in if she has one. So if she's like a skinny girl, or you like suspect she might have like a flat ass, then I wouldn't add the nice booty, because then she could actually push against the entire thing about her being your type, and it makes it less believable. So that's something that I would keep in mind in that case. How do you escalate after cold reading a girl's type? Do you always go into choking, etc., or do you have a way to calibrate it to the girl? Well, it depends how you cold read her type, but since you're watching this channel, I'm going to assume that if you're cold reading her type, you essentially cold read her as liking dominant guys. Well, I think it makes a lot of sense to go talking about choking then like pretty soon after that, especially if she really agrees to liking dominant guys, which like every girl is going to do if you frame it correctly. So I think that is like a really good way. But let's say, for example, the girl could say something like, yes, sometimes I like it dominant. So they could agree in different ways. So let's say if she says sometimes I like it dominant, then I would kind of go the angle of, I would say something like, okay, I know what you mean. You like it when there's like the perfect mix of roughness and the perfect mix of sensuality. So I would kind of try to work around that in that way. And so if she's into both, let's say something very sensual, but also something rough, then I would kind of paint the picture of like, I would use both the choking, that kind of stuff, like tying up, because she could still be into that. But then I would also add in things like multiple orgasms. I would also add in things like teasing. I feel like I found that every time a girl says that she likes it like sensual, teasing, they always say they love that. So that is going to be like an easy one. And then if you wanna use both of those at the same time, you could actually, if you want to use both the sensuality and the dominance at the same time, I think orgasm control is like the perfect middle ground. So let's say, for example, you've called her type, she says all that shit, and then you could find a way to start talking about, let's say, handcuffing her, putting a blindfold on her eyes, and slowly teasing her until the point where she's almost about to come, and then you pull away, and you make her beg for it. That tends to work really well with the girls who say they like it dominant sometimes. Because a lot of times when they say that, they're like, oh, well, I also want it to be sensual. I don't want it to be just like all out aggressive all the time. That is typically what they mean. So yeah, there are so many things you could do, really. Alex, did you also fail in pulling Hungarians, just like I did? No, I was in Budapest for almost like 3 months in 2018. I pulled a lot of Hungarian girls during that time. Like I pulled, like some nights when I was there gaming, I would pull 3 or 4 times in one night and close all of them. I think Budapest is like such a good place to game. It's really good. Like it's really, really good. It's like top tier. It's so good. Especially night game, I found is really good there. Really good. So, what's the name of that place? What's the name of that club? There's one club that's like Utgert. Utgert is really good. I watched some interviews, and top PUA coaches get 2 or 3 numbers from 10-day game approaches. That's horrible. Like, that is really bad. If you're approaching 10 girls and you get 2 or 3 leads, that is really bad. Straight up. Like, that is really low. Unless you happen to be in like a really like unlucky, like statistical anomaly, like 7 out of 10 girls actually had like real boyfriends or something like that. Then I'm like, all right, cool. But if these are girls that are single and available, and you're getting 2 or 3 leads on 10 girls, that is not good. That is not something to advertise. Like, that is really fucking low, straight up. That is really low. Like, even students I'm coaching in day game are doing way better than that. Holy shit. If a student was getting 2 or 3 leads per 10 approaches, I would be like, we got a lot of work to do here, man. That is really low. That is really bad, honestly. But Eric Ronaldo, a prankster with pickup videos, drops a pickup line, is funny, gets fast number from 10 day game approaches, he gets 6 numbers with 3 dates. So why is gamer effective? Well, I think the thing is, that prankster guy, I've never watched him, by the way. Chances are that his game is actually better than the coaches you're talking about, because most coaches absolutely suck balls, straight up. Like, they can't even get themselves laid, and they're trying to teach other guys to get laid. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, imagine having I don't know. I think that's fucking ridiculous. But I wouldn't be surprised if the prankster guy was better, because the thing is that a lot of guys doing pickup, they have zero charisma. So they're also kind of like fucking weird, right? A lot of them, right? So I wouldn't be surprised at all if most of these pranksters are better than most coaches. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. Then I don't want to name names. Now you don't have to name names, because it doesn't matter really. But there's 3 big coaches who have said that in separate interviews. Yeah, I'm like, if I'm doing 2-3 approaches and I'm not pulling, I'm like, dude, I'm doing something wrong. It feels like Eric Ronaldo's approaches come so organic and natural, where the coaches look very gamey. Yeah. I'm not surprised at all to hear that, honestly, because I've seen a lot of these prankster guys, and I'm like, fuck, dude, if these guys learned some verbals, like they would like fucking kill it. Like they would kill it so hard. Because these guys, they're charismatic, they're funny, they're confident as fuck. Of course they're gonna kill it. And they're not weird. Like the thing with these prankster guys is that they are not weird. Whereas a lot of coaches are fucking weird, man. Straight up. But the thing is in the coaching space, there is no barrier to entry. Anyone can just come and be like, hey, I can teach you to do this. There's no, there is no barrier to entry is what I'm trying to say. So anyone could claim to know what they're doing, and people would believe it. The thing is, you could get some fake testimonials. You can get some fake testimonials and sort of go to another coach and sort of like rewrite their content in your own words, and boom, you have a business. You have a business, and you could do like a quick cash grab. But that's not going to last for very long. That's the thing. But that's what most coaching businesses are. It's a quick fucking cash grab, really. Until people realize like, oh, this guy's fake. And then obviously it falls apart. I feel like the coaches aren't even that bad. Yeah, maybe they're not. I don't even know which guys you're talking about, so I don't know. I have no idea. But I just know that like a lot of the stuff is not that good. Maybe these guys are killing it. Not like UP, but they have some decent infield. There's no point in naming them. There's no point. There's no point. All right, let's message this girl. I feel like I kind of want to move this forward a little bit. So let's send. Let's just see how far we can take it with emojis. So the fuck girl emoji. Every time I see this, I'm always thinking like, okay, this is sexual. Oh, it's this fuck girl emoji. Then you go this. If you send the devil, they typically send the angel back, and then you could say something like, I'm going to corrupt you. Okay, this is the girl we asked to qualify yesterday. That's very good. I love natural women. What else about you is different? Studies law and work in law firm. I have my feet firmly on the ground. I have a blueprint for my future, and I want to stick with it. I am quite an ambitious person. So, sounds amazing. So we need to reward her qualifying. Even though what she's saying might not necessarily be that impressive, it doesn't really matter. You don't really reward the content of her qualification. You reward the effort she's putting in. And I feel like here she's putting in a fair amount of effort. So we're going to reward it. Sounds amazing. And I feel like then we can have my feet firmly on the ground to kind of sexualize it. Yo, 10 to 15, what's up? How does Eric Ronaldo succeed with such high stats with a cringy pickup line? No DHV, no sexualized, no logistics, no seating. Just quick, boring, small talk with number close. Is it all subcoms? Well, I'm assuming that it is. I've never seen this guy, so I have no idea. But based on what you're describing, it has to be subcoms. It has to be. Because there's really nothing else. Yes, 10 to 15 is David. Yeah. Yes. Greetings from the mountains, yeah. I'm surprised you even have like good enough Wi-Fi to be watching this from the mountains. Woodlandia, what's that? It's bad reception, but nothing can stop you. Yeah, man. That's the support. That's the support I deserve. I just had a girl message me on Instagram. Hey Alex, you don't like me on Tinder. Tell me why. That's a pretty good fucking Instagram DM slide from this girl. Hey Alex, you didn't like me on Tinder, like I didn't swipe right. Tell me why you didn't swipe right. What should I tell her? What do you think, guys? Because I have my IG in my bio. No, she's not a scammer. It's a girl from here. Woodlandia, the land of lumberjacks in the mountains. I've never heard of that. Two Swedish girls I met told me that it's not good to act masculine and dominant. Don't listen to that. Don't listen to that. The thing is, that's what they're going to say. And if you fall into it, they lose all respect and attraction for you. You can't, like every time you adjust your behavior, like you adjust who you are and how you behave because a girl told you to, they lose fucking all respect for you. Like, even if they say that, they're probably just testing to see if your dominance and masculinity is real, how strong it is. Because if you start acting like a little bitch after they say that, well, it's over, man. It's over. But I know Swedish girls, they will try to test you that way. That's a very Swedish girl thing to do. But you can't listen to it. Like, you can't actually fall into it and believe it. I asked them, what's test too pump? They said, your chest too pumpy. Yeah, like, what do you want? Do you want you to walk like this or what? Yeah, bro. No, you should probably start walking even more testo if that's. Yeah, I mean you can't you can't fall into it. That's the thing. That's the thing. Let's just go sweep you off your feet. She's talking about feet firmly on the ground. All right, this girl is a photographer, so we're going with the Leonardo DiCaprio, photograph me like one of your French girls. We can do that. Maybe they just like submissive guys. Nope. Nope. They hate it. They absolutely hate it. You can ask anyone. Maybe it's one of the infinite tests they'll do to the day they die. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. What's the first pose you would put me? I want to see where she takes that, because maybe she makes it sexual. Okay. Oh fuck! This is a girl from Bali when I was in Bali. Hot Russian girl. Hey Alex, if you have time later in this live stream, could you point out what specific aspect of his subcoms lead to such high results? Sure. I could probably do that if you send me the link. If you move to another country, how long you stay in the country? It depends. It's always different. Sometimes, I mean, I've been here for like quite a while now. I've been here for probably like a year and a half at least. Typically, if I go somewhere, I'm going to stay for at least like 2 or 3 months. Like before, like I used to stay in places for like a month or shorter, but now it's just getting to the point where it's too. Maybe I'm getting old or some shit, but it's too fatiguing to just like move around. Before I respond, I wanna do some swiping and some opening, because I just got new matches. As a beginner, which mindset should we put at the front of our minds when approaching? Focus is being as relaxed as possible, bring it on, focus on holding eye contact. I think it depends so much on who you are and like what your biggest current sticking point is. So there's not like one mindset that I would recommend to anyone, like some cookie cutter. I would want to create something for you, like tailor like a mindset or like a mantra to you that I know is going to work well with your psychology. Because if I take a mindset and I frame it in a certain way to a certain guy, that might not click as well as if I said it in like another way. So I would want to know like what, like I would need to talk to you a bit to know, to actually know what kind of person you are, and to what sort of, let's say, what kind of motivation you respond best to. Like, do you respond better to like a more encouraging type of mindset, or do you respond better to something like, hey, stop being a fucking bitch, let's go? Like, which type of guy? Which type? You should be able to hear me now. Fucking cable came out. Now we should be good. Perfect. And the audio quality is good. What is the best way to put a girl on a rotation? Well, long story short, fuck her well and don't be needy. That's it. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. Obviously, there are more like nuances and complexities, but if I just had to explain it like really simply, those are the two things you need to do. If you fail either of those, probably not gonna be a rotation. Because why would she be? Alright, so this girl, she's sipping on a glass of wine like this. So I went with, I wish I was that wine. Cute, I must say. Haven't heard that yet. What do you think, guys? What do we go with? Picky in Tampa. Okay, fuck. I was in Tampa last year. I like Tampa. Hey man, this girl I'm talking to clearly wants me in a sexual way. What can I do to transition from that to a relationship? She mentioned she still wants to explore that, but always comes back to me. So, I mean, have you fucked her yet? Like, I would start off with that. If she wants you in a sexual way, start with that. Like, if you try to escalate that frame too quickly, she's probably gonna be like, okay, this guy is moving this a little bit fast, a little bit needy. Yeah. So I would start off in that sexual frame, absolutely. I know something even more cuter and intense. Yes, you could do that. You could do that. I kind of want to stick on this topic with the wine. That's aggressive, but I like it. So this girl, she has the butterfly filter, Snapchat shit. Uh, don't worry. I have ways of making you feel better. So we can sexualize with this. Yeah, Luke, you're definitely like, yeah, Luke. You're definitely in the right direction. Totally. Yeah, I mean, you were saying essentially the exact same thing as me. You'll tattoo my name after I'm done with you. XDDDD. Alex gave me the best experience of my life, and now I'm addicted. My phone is like exploding over here. I need to respond to the girl who slid my DMs before she starts feeling rejected and uncensored. That's the thing, like, sometimes, guys, you need to respond to girls very quick sometimes when they message you, because otherwise they're going to feel rejected and they could block you or unsend it. Because their ego, like, can't handle it, the chance of getting rejected, so sometimes you need to respond quick. Hey, sorry, probably. If you super like. Dude, these girls just reply to you that quick. After I send one text, all of a sudden they're busy for 24 hours. Yeah, I mean, that happens to me as well sometimes. But that's because the girls, like, believe it or not, they have a fucking life outside of Tinder. That's how you're feeling right. Just so we can start seeding like soft close, because based of this, I feel like we actually have pretty good compliance to start off with. So we can guess, we can gauge and see kind of where we're at. This girl here, she got she put in her bio that she got her nipples pierced. Did it get more or less sensitive after getting pierced? Lucky you. Let's just go all out. Have you ever had a nipple orgasm? Let's just go all out. Fuck it. Oh yeah, this is the wheelchair girl. If you had a choice between learning how to beat Challenger in League of Legends or learning how to have 20-30 orgasms, which one would you rather pick? I'm not sure how either is possible. Oh, they're both possible. But I'm assuming from your reply that you never had that many orgasms. So I want to switch over to... obviously, like, I'm trolling with the League of Legends, obviously. But yeah, I want to switch it back to the orgasm thing. This is what's the most you've ever had in one night with a guy. Because we want to specify with a guy. Because otherwise she could be like, oh, well, I gave myself 50 when I have my vibrator marathon or something. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I have so many fucked up ideas in my mind right now. It's crazy. It's crazy how my mind works. I'm getting so many fucked up ideas. That's exactly what. So we just finding another way to move forward. The oh shit. I mean, she's compliant to the idea of being in front of me. So this is very safe to go with. And then we can. It's going to be easy to go sexual if we want to. It's going to be easy. I had this girl here. I'm not like the others. I'd be so happy if that was true. Most women only use me for my multiple orgasm giving skills. It would be so refreshing if you were actually different from the others. That would be a nice change. I hope you're okay with that. So she's trying to take the frame back. I'm actually very relieved. I hope you're okay with getting to know each other first. So now, because I want to be in control of like I want to be the one denying anything. If there's someone delaying sex, it's me. It's never the girl, it's me. And that's super important to if you end up in that situation, you need to take the frame back. You can never let the girl be in the position of her deciding when things are going to happen. You should be the one who is denying her every time. It should never be the other way around. So there are different ways you could go about that. But like here, I'm not like the others looking for one thing. So I know exactly what she's going to say. She doesn't have to say it. I know where she's going with it. So that gives me an opportunity to take the frame before she actually can say it in an explicit way. But sometimes girls will say it in an explicit way. They could say something like, yeah, we're not having sex tonight. And obviously, then you have to react to that. You have to find a way to take that frame back. So, for example, if a girl would say like, "Hey, we're not having sex tonight," I would say like, "Yeah, you're right. You're getting absolutely fucking nothing tonight." So that's just one way of taking the frame back. Like, yeah, you're getting absolutely fucking nothing tonight. I'm just going to tease you and send you home without anything. That's one that I like to use a lot, and it's super effective. Because then you can super easily transition from that into orgasm control. You can super easily like transition into that. So you can actually get the girl really, really horny under that frame, where where you're denying her, like, you know, she has to beg, that kind of stuff. So then you could turn the, hey, we're not having sex tonight, into like her actually like really, really wanting to fuck, because, you know, she's getting turned on from that. So that is super effective if they ever say like, hey, we're not having sex tonight. That's how you can take the frame back and actually turn it into like a positive. So, I should be upfront with you about something. Sure, of course. Rule number 1, don't be a simp. Yeah, that's so true. Don't be a simp. What's the goal of denying her? Well, the thing is, you obviously you wouldn't do that unless you think that she's going to try to deny you. You know what I mean? If the girl is not hinting at anything like that, then obviously you don't wanna go into it. Then you just like move it forward as you typically would. But if she's trying to set the frame that like she's the one that, you know, decides, she's the one that's denying you, then you have to do something about that. You can't be in that position. You have to do something about that. But if she's not trying to do that, then there's no point of going into it. So that's only something you do if you think that she's going to try to disqualify sex, let's say. I want at least five dates before before. How much is that T-shirt? I have no idea. I don't remember. I don't remember. It's like a couple $100. So what do we say, guys? What's our rule? I have a rule. I don't. I want only only get physical after at least 5 dates. Maybe cuddling before that at most if I'm feeling comfortable, if I'm feeling the chemistry. I hope that doesn't scare you away. Just for fun, obviously. So this girl, she has like a profile where she doesn't show her face. She's showing everything but her face. Prove to me within the next 5 dates that you're worth me investing my time on you. That might be a little bit too rough. I don't think her ego is going to allow that. Like, I know where you're going with it. I think the idea behind it is good. I just don't think her ego would accept it. Girls have massive egos sometimes. How do you sexualize and get her to come over after this? Well, it's already sexualized because I've already done the orgasm DHV. That's all you need, really. If she knows there's multiple orgasms on the table, it's done. Like, you don't even need to do more. I have a rule. I don't pay for sex. Well, no one was talking about paying for sex. So mysterious. Wow. Nah, this is not a bot. This is definitely not a bot. We don't really have bots in Europe, by the way. I know you have a lot of that in the US, but not really here. Is it fine to day game even when it's really cold outside or even raining? Any adjustments? Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, if it's pouring down rain and you try to stop her in the middle of the rain, well, I mean, she's obviously going to walk away if you're trying to stop her in the middle of the rain. Or if you're trying to stop her in like the middle of like a snowstorm. But other than that, nah, it's the same shit. It's really the same shit. But you talked about no sex until getting to know each other, etc. So when inviting her straight to the house, isn't she going to be like, no, what the fuck? Well, the thing is, I'm the one who have set the condition that when I feel like the chemistry is good enough, we can fuck. But we never said anything about her not being able to come to my place. That's why I also threw in like maybe cuddling if I feel the chemistry is good. I can still take her here. It's no problem. But the thing is, we actually kind of had to do that with this girl because she was about to say, she was about to do pretty much the same thing. I just beat her to it. Like, that's not something I would do with a lot of girls. I want to do it with the ones that say that. What do you think about this, guys? So mysterious. Wow. Shit, this girl's so fucking mysterious, man. The real mystery is if you can handle what I have in mind for you. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like it. Let's go with it. This girl, she has amazing communication skills. We need to get her to talk a bit. At least we're gonna try. We're gonna try to get her to talk and invest a little bit, so we can have like a more back and forth. So we're gonna ask a question. If you could have any experience. I can't say tonight because she's like far away. What's the first thing that comes to mind? So yeah, guys, from probably next week, David is going to start doing these live streams with me. So he will be here texting with me. You know, he will be here answering the questions with me and everything. So that will be good. That will be very good. Yeah. Maybe he's gonna sit right here next to me. He's gonna answer this shit with me. Hey Alex, for a beginner, could you give me one opener to use in day game for a girl who is walking on her own down the street? So she is walking. Otherwise, without an opener, I sometimes don't approach. I feel like the best opener, like it would depend so much on what you are, it would depend so much on what type of guy you are and all of that shit, obviously. I would say just I think if you're like really beginner, I think it's really good to start with just like a direct kind of compliment. I think that is really going to be the best place to start from, because typically if you're very new to this, you might not be so comfortable with displaying interest or displaying any form of intent, and that's like something you want to get over as quickly as possible. And I also feel like from like a psychological standpoint for you, you might be like, oh fuck, like I don't want to bother these girls, like I don't want to like, you know, I don't want to impose myself, like that kind of stuff. But if you're opening them with a compliment, they're always going to react well. And that's a really good thing, because that's going to teach you that nothing bad is going to happen if you approach. And like they actually like it, they enjoy it. So I think that's the best thing for you. If you want to get over your, let's say, anxiety, you know, like as quickly as possible, I think using an opener that triggers positive reactions is like the smartest way to go about it. Because once you get enough like positive reaction, you're gonna feel so much more comfortable, so much more confident, and then you can start getting a little bit more, you know, like then you can start experimenting with other type of openers. But that's what I would do if I were you. Yo, Tobias, what's up? Alex, show us some more audio infield. It was really entertaining last time. I have a lot of audio infield on my phone. But yeah, we would have to look at that later. This girl here, not at all. I respect that. I really appreciate you respecting my boundary. I said it here, but I'm gonna say it again because I think it's hilarious. I really appreciate you respecting my boundaries. I feel so much more comfortable about meeting now. So now we're assuming that we're going to meet. We're just assuming it. I do not know. I am a really shy girl. That's actually a very good thing. So we could go... Yeah, I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with, like, I'm reading the chat right now. Like, I don't have anything against guys going on public dates. I think if it works, it works. Like, if that's what you want to do, fucking go for it, man. Fucking go for it. For me personally, I don't have much time in my day to like go out and go on dates and do drinks and shit. I don't have time for it. So that's why I'm always trying to set them up to come straight to home under like a very explicit frame, so that all the work is already done. It's like a time management thing, right? But also the thing is, a lot of the girls that you're meeting out for drinks in public, with the right game, you could just skip all of that. They will be down to just come over, and you would save a lot of time. But I don't think there's inherently anything wrong with, you know, meeting in public. If it works, it works. Okay. I love opening up. So here's the type of value that we can display that, you know, she's going to like. Every shy girl wants to be opened up. That's like every single one. You're never gonna find a shy girl who doesn't want that. Also, a lot of times when they say shy, in my mind I'm just like, oh, submissive. That's it. Although that doesn't have to be the case. Definitely not. Could have a lot of submissive girls who are like super confident, not shy at all. So there's no like real correlation there. But I feel like with the language barrier, sometimes they're trying to say submissive, but they don't know the word for it, so they say shy. If you're like, hey, you're like a confident and dominant guy, they would be like, yes, I'm very shy, but then they actually mean submissive. Mm. You look like... I'm doing some openers now, by the way. That's why you can only see my face right now and no screen, because I'm opening. When I'm opening, I can't cast the screen. Simple as that. Are you swiping in Poland? Yes. Nah, I mean, I think any of those openers are fine, I guess. Depends on how you deliver it. Because the entire point now is you just have to become more comfortable. That is really everything you need to do right now. So I wouldn't overthink the opener. Like, I wouldn't overthink it if I were you. Wait, I just need to put something here. I just had to pin my plug in the chat. There we go. Okay, this girl here, I mean, this is just her communication style. It's just the way she talks, and as she said, she's really shy. Like, she probably just doesn't know what to text. Are you in Miami or Warsaw right now? Warsaw. Love opening up. So, I think one of the best angles for her would actually be cuddling. Do you enjoy? So let's ask, do you enjoy cuddling? Because we need to separate between investment and compliance. So if we look at it, every message that she has sent has been like a positive, like a yes response. Although she's not using a lot of words, but we need to take into context she's shy. So this is the behavior of a shy, submissive girl, pretty much. But it's fine. We can move it forward even if she's giving like one-word responses. Not a problem. Because if she says, do you enjoy cuddling? And she says, yes. Well, we can still use that. Doesn't matter if she responds in one word or like 30. Doesn't really matter. All right, Alex, girl from my town, her last message was positive, but she hasn't replied to my response for 2 days, probably because I replied after 2 days. How to renew such a conversation? Just respond immediately when she does. Because now the entire tone in interaction is that, okay, we respond after 2 days. But so the way you would change that is that when you get the message from her, like immediately respond. So she doesn't feel the need that she needs to like take 2 days off so that she doesn't look needy, because that's probably what she's doing. Damn, my phone is blowing up. All right, so mysterious. Wow. Maybe a little. The real mystery is if you can handle what I have in mind for you. Check it. So now, there are a couple of different things we could do. We could actually say how we would check it, or we could keep that a mystery. Do you want me to tell you exactly how I'd give you the best experience of your life, or do you want me to keep that a mystery as well? So we can use the mystery thing here. So now, essentially, when she says that we should tell her how we're gonna give her the best experience of her life. She has actually given us permission to say basically whatever the fuck we want, as long as it's not like super like uncalibrated or anything. It's gonna be pretty safe to go with pretty much anything. It could be sexual or whatever, or we could keep it a mystery, which would be the path to, like, let's say, minimize risk as much as possible, but we won't be able to display as much value. So there's always the balance of like risk and value, because every time we take a lot of risk, that could potentially mean a lot of value and a lot of attraction, right? But see here, if she says the mystery thing here, then we could probably still like meet up with her, but under a less explicit frame. So, you know, it's really like, it's like a personal choice, like what you like to do there. Typically, I like to take the risk. I think it's worth it. If you're able to frame it in a good way, your chances of getting a positive response is pretty fucking high. Actually, I wanna do something. Okay. That looks much better. In my opinion, that looks much better. It's from Valentine's Day. Do you want me to tell you exactly how I'll give you the best experience of your life, or do you want me to keep that a mystery as well? I like it. Thank you. At the same time, I don't want to come across as a needy guy. I think if the rest of your behavior hasn't been needy, you don't have to worry about that at all. Do you isolate in day game group sets, or is it a guaranteed week number close? Since you can't spend much time together because she's with friends. Well, you don't need to spend a lot of time to build a lot of value. That's the thing. You could get a girl to be like, all right, I want to fuck this guy. You can get her to think that in like 2 or 3 minutes. You don't need much time. But the secret is like you have to always be moving interaction forward. Don't waste your time on small talk. So if anything, if I was doing day game, rather than be like, oh, where are you from? Oh, what do you do for work? I would rather my conversation looks a little bit more like this, even if it's day game. Because then you can actually move it forward very, very, very quick. You could build a lot of value very, very, very fast. And even if the friends are there, typically that's not a problem. If they can see that your girl is into you, they're not gonna like interrupt anything. Typically, maybe sometimes they could just be like miserable and they just wanna like they get jealous and they wanna cockblock her. That could happen. But don't be scared to like DHV in front of the friends. Don't be scared to even like show intent or go direct in front of the friends. Because if anything, you're just gonna look so much more confident if you're able to do that in front of the friends while also being calibrated about it. It's really good. It's really good. But no, if I'm doing a group set in day game, I'm not going to try to move her away from the friends. Partly because I don't see much benefit in doing so, because I know that I can do pretty much whatever I want with the friends being there. Not a problem. Well, you tell me a little more. Okay. So I think here it's good to go with a sexual DHV. Guys, what do you think we should go with? There's so many things we could do. One of your fans gave you that. All the girls must feel ashamed. It's actually from a girl that she's one of my biggest fans. She's probably watching this right now. So for day game, can I open direct and then jump into sexualization routines? Like, what do you think of guys in our country? What's your type? Yes, absolutely, man, absolutely. Even if it's a girl coming home from work, well, you need to. It's only gonna be uncalibrated if she's not ready for it. It's only gonna be uncalibrated if she doesn't have enough compliance for it. You know what I mean? There's nothing that. Everything is going to be uncalibrated in some situation, and everything is going to be calibrated in some situation. Like, it completely depends on the context. If this is a girl who's like, like she's receptive, she's showing some signs of attraction, this is perfectly calibrated. But if this girl is like, doesn't want to fucking talk to you, and you even try to ask, if the girl doesn't want to talk to you, and you're asking her like, what do you do for work? Even that is going to be uncalibrated at that point, because you don't even have compliance to ask a question like that. So if something is calibrated or not, it's 100% relative. It always depends on the situation. But if she's like fairly receptive, you could definitely say that, no problem. And it's a low compliance question. What do you think about guys from here? It's a low compliance question. Every girl will answer it. Like, she has to really fucking not want to talk to you to not answer that. If she doesn't answer that, she's super uninterested. If she's non-compliant, what will you do? Well, it depends on why she's non-compliant. If she's non-compliant because she thinks you look like pathetic, no value, then it's gonna be hard. Then you need to like figure out like, okay, why is she thinking that? And boom, you need to address your behavior in like a fucking microsecond. You need to address that immediately. But you should have a good amount of attraction when you open. If you open strong enough and you open with good subcoms, then you should be able to get like pretty fucking good attraction from the start. So obviously, like, we could go orgasms here. That would be easy, but I feel like we should go with something else. I'm going to fulfill your every desire. So we can try something different. Just because. Yes, I enjoy cuddling. Good. Shot. But if I say, what do you think about guys from here, and I jump into UMP routines talking about how guys slut shame here, it's not too soon. Probably not. It's probably not going to be too soon for that. Because the thing is, if you're talking about the slut shaming thing, it's in like such an indirect way. And it's something that every girl is going to be like, yeah, it's true. Like, there's slut shame here, we don't like it. So they're just going to agree with you. That's the thing. If you get them to agree with you, you're going to build compliance. So, for example, you're talking about guys from here, and she's like, yeah, they're okay, or like, I don't know, like, she could answer like a lot of different things. And if you ask her like, yeah, what do you think about guys from here? And she's like, yeah, they're okay, they're not so good. Then you could always just say something like, yeah, look, like, I've actually heard that from like a lot of other girls from X country that I'm dating. I heard the guys from here, they're not very confident. They can be pretty selfish, and they can be pretty close-minded. And that's something, if she thinks the guys are just okay in the country, she's gonna be like, yeah, that's true. You could be like, yeah, like, I've noticed since I came here that there seems to be like a really strong like slut shame culture around here. And then she's going to agree with that if it's actually true for the country. If you say that in Sweden, they're going to be like, what is slut shame? It doesn't even exist here. What is it? They don't know. But yeah, so that's like one way you could go into it. But no, it's typically not going to be too early. But you need to read her body language and ask yourself, like, okay, like, how do I think this is going to work or not? All right. I feel like a lot of these questions, like, ooh, is it too early or not? Like, first of all, you need to try it to get the experience. Like, sometimes you're gonna say shit that is too early. I mean, that's how you learn. Guys who are scared to do that, they're never going to learn. They're never going to learn. So that's how you learn. I would also add to that, like fuck, I feel like a lot of this stuff you could just like take a second and like ask yourself like, okay, if I say this, do I actually think it's going to work? Like really, do I think it's going to work? If the answer is yes, just go for it. Because at some point as well, you just need to learn to trust your own instincts, even if you're wrong. And the thing is, getting non-compliance is fine if you know how to calibrate, right? So you also need to think about like every time you get like a negative response, or every time you get pushback, or every time you get non-compliance, that is just one opportunity for you to learn how to actually handle it and how to revert the non-compliance into compliance, which I think is like a very important part of the game. At the beginning, were you gaming alone or with wings? Well, for the first month or so, I was probably just by myself. But then after that, like I found a group of wings that I went out with every day for like a year, and that was really good. That was really helpful. But I would say these days I'm definitely more of a solo gamer. Like I don't like winging with people. Like I definitely prefer to go solo, because for me it's easier to just carry the weight of both. Like if I had a wing, it would be easier for me to just carry the weight, like by myself. Yo, could you show us some of your day game infield today? The 2019 on the bench was so value packed for me. Maybe another one on stream. It would be insane. Well, I do have some day game infield with like very, very much more sexual than the previous one. But I don't. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if I want to. Tell me more. I will tell you. But before I do so, give me one good reason I should. What exactly are you referring to right now? Break down the Warsaw one from the Mastermind. Yeah, I was thinking about that. But fuck it, guys. If you want to see Infield, just go to the Mastermind. There's Infield in the Mastermind. If you really want to see it, just go to the Mastermind. It's already there. Not all of it, but like the one I'm thinking about is there. Yeah. Then I have another one where I'm setting up a fuck date in person. But unfortunately, the cameraman switched from autofocus to manual in the middle, so you can't see shit. It's just like a blurry image, but you have the audio. But yeah, what's the point of fucking posting that? Do you enjoy cuddling? Yes. Me too. When was the last time you had an amazing cuddle? So we got to talk a little bit more about it, and then we can find a way to soft close here with the cuddling. Nice face tattoos. So she has like the filter where it says cute all over her face. You know, like the Snapchat filter or whatever. Yeah. I already know what your next face tattoo will say. And then she's going to ask, what will it say? And then I'm gonna go with something that I can sexualize with. Pretty much. Even audio would be value packed. To see the advice you give us in practice is a game changer for me. Yeah. Well, if you want to hear audio, there's audio in the Mastermind. I don't remember like the last time I actually like posted it. I have a lot on my phone actually. I have a fuck ton on my phone. I have from my phone. Me and Marcus, like we're both fucking wasted. We're both wasted at a festival in Budapest, and we're just like running around and like getting every girl to just like agree to gangbang, and then but we're wasted. But it's really funny, but we're absolutely wasted. We're at a festival, of course we get fucking wasted. I have a lot of shit. Is there a nationality that you felt like they play more hard to get than the average? Argentinian. Argentinian girls, they really do that. They play hard to get more than the average. But see, when they play hard to get, in my mind, it's just that they are baiting you to display more dominance. Really, that's what it feels like when they do that. And then, if you interpret it that way, then you're probably going to succeed. Let's say. Do you ever use Instagram for dating? Yeah, I mean, like, not to get leads. Not really, although I could. I think my IG is decent enough to do DM sliding with. I have done that like recently, and it's definitely working well. But I haven't had much time to do it, honestly, because I spend a lot of time like doing the streams, spend a lot of time coaching, I spend a lot of time in the gym. Like, I don't really have like time that I can just like piss away on like Instagram DMing, to be honest. Argentinians can be sneaky. Yeah, dude. I mean, I think that's a good way to describe them, sneaky. What makes a good Instagram for text? Well, he says, I'd say Italians are the hard level. I don't know about that, because every time I've met a Italian girl, they've been super compliant. But the thing is, you need to be very dominant with Italian girls. Like, that's what they expect. That's what they're used to back home. You can't be with an Italian girl and be like all soft and shit. Like, that's never going to work. And they're gonna shit test you like a motherfucker. But that's just what it is, right? It's just what it is. I don't know, every time I met an Italian girl, they were like super open, right? If you get attraction, that means. When was the last time you had an amazing cuddle? I do not remember. You're absolutely going to remember our cuddle. You're going to love every moment. All right, I'm going to fulfill your every desire and fantasy. Try, but I don't believe you will succeed. All right, what do you think, guys? What do you want us to say? Do you offer one-on-one in-person coaching aside from the rite of passage, even for just a couple of hours? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I actually had a guy make a post in the Mastermind like earlier today that, so I coached this guy in Bali for like for 2 days in Bali. Short Indian guy with glasses. And, you know, I fixed his subcoms, I fixed his verbals, and I got him to the point where he almost pulled 2 super hot, like IG model level hot Russian girls from the beach in Bali, straight home to eat their pussy. But there was always something fucked up happening. Like when they're walking home, it just starts raining and they can't move for like 2 hours. Like ridiculous shit will come in between. But he made a post today in the Mastermind saying, after these 2 days of coaching with me, he's pulled 2 girls straight from day game where he is. So that's really good. I had another guy that I coached in Sydney for like 1 day, and after that he put like a bunch of girls on his rotation and shit. So yeah, I definitely do one-on-one coaching. Definitely do one-on-one coaching. Yes. If you guys want one-on-one coaching, we can make that happen. like a day game and night game. So the way that I do day game and night game coaching is I want to hear your verbals. So I'm going to mic you up. I'm going to mic you up so I can hear every single one of your verbals. So I can analyze everything that you're saying. So we can optimize every single little fucking sentence that you're saying. Every small little frame, we're going to optimize it. I want to find a way to... Because I take a lot of notes when I do the in-person coaching. I actually want to find a way to put that on the screen. Let's see, how can I do that? I'll have to do that later. But yeah, I do one-on-one coaching for sure. Yeah. I just don't advertise it, right? But I do it. I do it like all the fucking time, honestly. Try, but I don't believe you will succeed. You're going to be a believer after I've given you 20, 30 orgasms. Boom. Let's go. And also, I'm going to add a new feature to my one-on-one coaching. We're going to record your infield in day game, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna throw it up on the TV, and we're gonna analyze and break down your infield, so you get to see every single mistake that you're making. All right. So that's just going to be so much more value, right? With the infield filming, and then you keep that, you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. But it's always like a different thing to see your own game broken down on infield. It's completely different because it's like you really have no idea of what you sound like and what you look like unless you see it on infield. And it's really like mind-blowing shit. It's like, wow, is this really what my body language looks like? But it would also be shit like, wow, I can't believe how down she actually was, but I was so blind to it. Fuck. But now, Alex, when you pointed it out, I see that I could actually pull this girl right now. But I just couldn't see it. So I think that's going to be really fucking cool. So having your day game infield recorded on one-on-one coaching. So I did one-on-one coaching with one guy for like maybe 4 or 5 months. So he went on 35 dates. Like, this was before the coaching. He went on 35 dates and slept with maybe 2 or 3 of them. After the coaching, he started pulling almost every single time he went out the night game. So some nights he would, like after I coached him for a while, he learned how to pull sometimes 3 or 4 times in one night. Hot girls too. He's not pulling trash, he's pulling hot girls. That was pretty fucking cool. That guy, he improved so fucking much. Everyone who's in the Mastermind will know who it is. Like, that guy, he's a fucking beast now. He is such a beast. Then we have other like Mastermind members who they joined as virgins. Like, there's one guy in particular that really comes to mind. One guy, he joined as a virgin like maybe a year and a half ago. He had like shit photos, shit subcoms, everything. But we coached him in the Mastermind. Now he's about to get his 100th lay from using UMP text game and UMP principles. Also, we help him fix his photos. We teach him how to pose for the photos, like all of that shit. So he went from virgin to 100 lays. Yeah, Femi. Yeah, I'm talking about him. Yeah. He started out virgin. He's gonna crack 100 lays like anytime soon. He's over 90 right now, 95 or some shit. And he's posting, you can actually see his progress if you go into Mastermind. You can see his first post, and you can see like, hey guys, fuck, I got my first lay. And then if you scroll down a bit, you can see lay number 95. It's fucking crazy. Who is the night game guy? I'm not gonna drop names. I'm not gonna drop names. So for the price, just message me. Just message me and we'll figure that out. You message me on Instagram or whatever. And how does it work if it's online? Well, if you want to do online coaching, one thing we could do is you could screen share your Tinder. We could go on Zoom, you screen share your Tinder. I tell you exactly what to say. I teach you how to text, fix your profile, all of that shit. That's going to be much cheaper than in person as well. But also, let's say, for example, if you want a day game coaching over Zoom, that would also be easy because you could literally jump on Zoom on your phone. I have Zoom here, and I can hear your interaction. I can give you feedback right after. Like, I don't have to see it with my eyes. I can tell exactly what's going on just from listening. I don't need to see body language. I can hear exactly what's happening from your tonality, the girl's tonality, all the frames you're setting. No problem. So I can do day game coaching and even night game coaching from here. No problem. When learning game, is both day and night game mandatory? No, it's not, but there's no reason to not do both. 2030, for how long? 1 hour, maybe 2. Something like that. What do you tell students when they completely lack building tension in all interactions? Well, that's going to depend because there's always going to be an underlying reason why they're not able to build the tension. Is it something as simple as they're just standing too far away? Well, obviously, bro, you stand a little bit fucking closer. If it's because the guy is breaking tension, you need to point out the fact that he's breaking tension. You need to push him into situations that make him feel super uncomfortable so that eventually he becomes okay with the tension. But it's going to depend on like why you're struggling with the tension to begin with. And it can also be like you might not be able to build tension because you don't have enough attraction. So the girl is not going to let that tension rise because you don't have that attraction. If someone audio recorded a bunch of infields, would that be more effective for online coaching? That could be one way to go about it. It's just one thing you want to keep in mind, that if you're giving me like a 20-minute audio clip, that could be like a 1 hour breakdown. So if you wanted to do that, you should be very selective about which audio files you're sending me. Like send me the best interactions where you think you're able to get the most feedback from. But yeah, you can definitely do that. Try leave out the small talk, man, because there's no point. John, what do you think it is in my case? With you, I wouldn't be surprised if you're trying to force the tension too early. Like, I haven't seen you game much recently, so I don't know. But that's... Just from knowing you, I could see that. It depends. 1 hour, maybe 2. Between 1 and 2 hours. How was your game started? Have you been inspired by? Could you rephrase your question, because I don't understand exactly what you're asking. And no, John, actually, now when I think about it, you're probably talking way too much. You're talking so much that you don't allow the tension to build. Because I know once you start talking, you can get very wordy. You're not very concise. So I think the big part for you is just you talk too much. You don't let there be silence. I often feel like I need some small talk to gain compliance. Yeah, I mean, maybe in the beginning, but if you don't need it, don't do it. So in that script, I could be sexually DHVing after like 45 seconds. Just to confirm one last time, that is completely okay if you sense compliance. Yes, but still be calibrated. Just because you have, well, you only know if you have compliance. You only know truly if you tested compliance. So what I would do is, if I think I have compliance, I'm not going to take a risk then and there. I'm going to first do a compliance test, and then if she passes the compliance test, then I will take the risk. I saw a post about you going on a public date with a Ukrainian girl because you could tell she won't respond well to sexual texting. How could you tell? How do you flip it? Well, so I did do sexual texting, but I didn't go explicit. So I was just talking about like dominance in general, but not how I'm going to dominate her. So it's like in a way where, you know, it's much less it's far less let's say pressure, let's say. So in a more I'm talking about all of these sexual things, and I'm sexually DHVing, but in a much more indirect way. I'm using your text and get the same response every time. Well, you are confident. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is the type of reactions that you're going to get. That's why I'm using this, because they work. They fucking work. It's really incredible how consistent it is. How do you deal with clients that have some underlying traumas that you need to address before coaching them? Well, it depends on what type of trauma they're having. It depends on what type of trauma they're having. If they're having like some legit traumas, like something that is like really fucking them up, well, then they should probably go see like a therapist or a psychiatrist or something. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I can heal fucking traumas and shit. Like, that's ridiculous. I can teach game, but I'm not a trauma healer. Like, in that case, I wouldn't, like, if they have like legit like traumas, they're like a PTSD and shit, I'm like, all right, dude, this is not for me. Like, you need to address this first somewhere else. You know what I mean? But if some guy has some trauma, like, oh, I was rejected by a girl when I was young, so now I'm scared. Well, that's much more manageable. That is something I could definitely work with. But if he has some like PTSD, was like abused as a kid or something, like, all right, well, this is probably not for me. You should probably see like a psychiatrist or a therapist or something. Some coaches are claiming they cure cancer. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think it would be highly immoral to like make any promises around like healing traumas. That would be really taking advantage. I wouldn't do that. Alex, I'm asking how your game with the girl started. You had poor results and you wanted to change something, or did you come across a group of friends who got you into it? Actually, the way I found out about game was, I was sitting at home, I was playing League of Legends, and I was gonna go on the League of Legends subreddit on Reddit. And then randomly, like on the front page, I saw like R seduction. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I clicked and I'm like, what the fuck is this? You can learn this shit? This is like a video game, but you can learn how to do this shit? Fuck, this is crazy. I'm gonna learn it. That's how I found out about game. It was on Reddit when I was going to go on the League of Legends subreddit. Pretty crazy, actually. Otherwise, there's no way I would have gotten into this. There's no way. No way, but it sounds great. if a student have mental health problems, would it make it a problem for him to see results? I mean, I think it depends a lot on what type of mental problems we're talking about. If this guy is like psychotic or has like schizophrenia, then yeah, probably. But I coach a lot of guys that have like depression and anxiety and stuff. That's much less extreme stuff, I would say. But they can absolutely still get good results even if they have depression and anxiety. Obviously, like it would probably be better if they didn't, but what are you gonna do, right? I'm not gonna pretend like I can cure depression, I can cure anxiety. I can't do that. I can't cure depression, I can't cure anxiety, but I can teach you how to fucking pull. That I can absolutely teach you. Absolutely. I can teach you how to get amazing results in game. Absolutely. But I can't fix your like if you have depression or anxiety, that's something you gotta fix yourself. That is not my expertise. My expertise is teaching you how to pull a lot of hot girls. That is my expertise. Pulling a lot of hot girls and also keeping them around. That is my expertise. I'm not a mental health coach. I'm not a trauma release fucking spiritual guru. I'm not that. I'm a guru I'm another type of guru actually. I'm a guru in how to pull a lot of hot girls and keep them around. I'm a guru in that. I'm not a mental health guru. It's not my area. It's not what I'm trying to fix. If there's a coach who claims they can heal your traumas, you should start running. I have your word. Okay, compliance. Let's go with, I see you're 150 kilometers away. How often do you come to Warsaw? All right. Let's see. That's a nice story. I came across a mystery guy, read his book, and was excited to learn too. Yeah, man. I mean, I think that's how it went for most guys, actually, more or less. I read that book too, and I thought it was great at the time. And there's a lot of things that he definitely like had figured out. He knew about DHVing, he understood compliance. So that's really fucking good. He also understood like the importance of like emotional roller coaster. The only thing, well, not the only, that would be an understatement, but I feel like the biggest thing that was missing in there was like sexualization. Also understanding different archetypes of girls. That's something that wasn't in there. Also, he wasn't talking about, like from what I can remember, it's been years since I read it, but he wasn't talking about objection handling, and he put too much emphasis on comfort, and the 7-hour thing is just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that is like ridiculous. I think most guys these days completely understand how ridiculous that is. I don't think I've had a single girl that I had to spend more than 7 hours with. I don't think I had a single girl I had to spend more than 3 hours with. Ever. So like a 7-hour thing is just ridiculous. I have never even seen a student spend 7 hours with a girl. Like it's always like within like 2 or 3 hours at most. Most of it is under 30 minutes. 7 hours is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. If he's still saying that 7 hours is necessary, then it's just ego refusing him to let go of that idea because he's been claiming it for so long. It's not easy to say that you're wrong about something. Let's see here. Jacob says, I've seen you give incredible advice to people with mental health issues. So I understand that you want to put the disclaimer out. but you still have sophisticated understanding of the human condition. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that. I try to, yeah, of course, I try to give good advice around mental health. Absolutely, and I think I can give good advice around it for sure. I think I can definitely teach good mindsets, that kind of stuff. I can give good advice, but of course, like I would never ever like guarantee a client that like, hey man, I'm gonna fix your mental health issues. Like that would be so immoral. That would be so immoral. If I ever do that, please shoot me in the head, because I've sold my soul. I will never do that. But I can probably like, I can help him along the way. That's for sure. I remember some coaches that did time travel coach trauma curing on psychedelics. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. You could give someone like permanent issues playing with that. I wouldn't fuck with that. How do you make yourself stand out if she's texting other guys? Well, you need to display more value than every other guy. That's really what you got to do. You need to be more confident than every other guy. You need to display more sexual value than every other guy. You need to make her invest more than every other guy. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You need to be better than every other guy in every single way, which luckily is not that difficult. It's not that difficult because the standard is so low. The standard is so fucking low. Like, you could fuck a lot of shit up and still be better than every single guy. Alex, do you still get AA? I saw in a 2019 video on UMP's Secret to Verbal game, you said you still get AA in the day. Is this still the case? Do you feel anything now? How long have it taken? So I would say it like this. No, I definitely do not get that. I used to get that back in the day, but that was like 4 years ago. Like, I don't get that at all now. Like, nothing. But even back then, even if I got it, I was really good at pushing myself through it. I was really good at pushing myself through that anyway. But that was still like, for me, that was still like my biggest thing. Like back in the day, it was AA. Like I fucking hated approaching. But then once you have me in an interaction, I would kill it. I just hated the part of walking up. Like I hated it. But these days, nah, fucking nothing. I know that you mentioned words don't matter, but my limitation is when a girl comes over, there's awkward minutes and what to say exactly. I mean, words matter. Like, I don't wanna give the impression that words don't matter, because they definitely do. But if I'm saying that, it's probably because I would rather have you focus on your subcoms. That's going to be so much more important. But words do matter. But at the end of the day, it's going to depend on what the frame is and what kind of expectations you have already set up. So let's say, for example, if I'm texting a girl like this girl here, orgasms, that shit, it's like when she comes over, like, you barely have to talk. It's like you meet her downstairs, like, hey, nice to meet you. Fuck, you look even cuter in person. Ha ha ha. You go up the elevator. You're like, all right, you can take your shoes off here. You can hang your jacket here. No, and then she has her jacket off. You'd be like, come. And you just walk to your room. You sit down on your bed. You see if she sits down or not, or if she keeps standing up. If she keeps standing up, then she's probably just like sussing out the room, because she's in a stranger's place. Like, she has to suss out the room a bit, you know. But sometimes you just come down and you sit like right next to you on the bed and just like holding strong eye contact with you. Then you just like fucking escalate immediately. Like, don't start talking. Then you don't have to do that. But if she's like a little bit like, even if you set up this frame, like, that's the point where I would actually start talking. I would actually start doing this, like, kind of get to know you questions, just to win a little bit of time until her nerves go down. That's pretty much it. But like, you don't have to do much if you're setting it up like I'm doing here. You don't have to do shit when she comes over. You just have to be like the guy in the photos, and you lead. That's all you have to do. Don't be weird, don't be awkward, don't be creepy, and lead. That's it. And don't be a catfish. That's literally like everything. Like, there's no more complexity around it. It's literally what you have to do. Yeah, you're right. Not all of his advices are applicable to these days, but for me, this guy changed my whole perception, opened my eyes. Yeah, man, dude, he had a lot of good shit. He had a lot of good shit. I'll credit him. Like, he definitely created some very good shit. Especially like by the standards back in the day, he created some amazing shit. So that is really cool. That's really cool. And like it's like in everything, everything is always going to evolve and progress. I mean, even like in probably like 10 years from now, I'm probably going to look back at me today and be like, wow, fuck, dude, you knew nothing. If I don't feel like that in 10 years, I feel like I haven't progressed enough. Like, I'm looking back at myself every year and I'm like, fuck, dude, like 1 year ago was kind of shit. I feel like that every year. Which is a good thing, by the way. It just means you progressed. If you don't feel like that, if you're like, you know, if you don't cringe at what you did last year, you're not progressing fast enough, man. Do you think storytelling is a good tool? I think it's an incredible fucking tool. I think you should use storytelling a lot in your game. Like DHV stories, fucking incredible. Stories for objection handling, fucking super good. So effective. I love storytelling. It's very good. What adjustments to game do you suggest for people that are close-minded about race, ethnicity? Just move on? Or is there a frame? Do you mean that the girl is close-minded about race or ethnicity, or what do you mean? What could be a good way to get used to test to compliance to talk less? Close proximity after DHV a bit and see if she's okay with it. That could be a good way. I feel like also just leaving a silence to feel out if she's going to fill it or not. That can be like a really good thing. I need to respond to her before she puts her phone away. Uh, you're going to love it. What's the most you've ever had with a guy before? I have to respond. I'm getting so many questions today. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good way to start, John. This girl I used to know and be decent friends with has this new friend who is legit my perfect 10 out of 10. How do I get my old friend to hook us up on a date? I haven't spoken to her in years though. Seeing her in a month in a reunion, I want her to set us up. I mean, I wouldn't message her about it beforehand. Maybe if you can find a way to bring it up on the reunion. Like personally, like if you haven't spoken to her in years, like if you haven't spoken to her in years, like I don't think she might like the fact that you're just hitting her up so she can set you up with her hot friend. I don't think she would like that. I think you would have much better chance to make that happen if you brought that up in person when you meet. Is making her qualify in your verbal pyramid as simple as making her agree to being fun, open-minded, spontaneous, open-minded, independent? Yep, it's that easy. It's that simple. Absolutely. But then, like, there are other ways you could do it, right? You've seen me do this on the stream, like rate your blowjob skips from 1 to 10. Like, there are a lot of things you could do. But it's just, you want to keep in mind that, like, when you're making them qualify, you want to make them qualify on qualities that are going to help you move the interaction forward. So you want to create, like, very good commitment and consistency biases. Like, don't get her to agree to, like, hey, look, I can see that you're a very conservative girl and you're not easy. Like, you wouldn't set those frames because that's just going to make it more difficult to you. You need to set frames and make her qualify on qualities. It's going to make it easier for you. There are too many anti-women weirdos in this space right now. Yeah, man, like the anti-women weirdos, they're just bitter. They're just bitter because they're not getting anything. It's that simple. It is really that simple, and it's so transparent. Everyone knows that's why they're anti-women. Like, it's really pathetic, straight up. What are some examples of things in your value proposition? Give me a second. Yeah, so I think so when it comes to my personal value proposition, like, I feel like a big part of my value is around the fact that I will understand her psychology to a point where 99% of guys will not. That's going to be massive value. So that's something that I always have in mind. You know, let's see. Sexual experience is going to be a big one that I can offer. Dominance. Pre-selection, more experience. I have a great lifestyle. I take care of myself. Those are like the things that I think, you know, makes me realize that I have a lot of value. Really. Yeah. I have a list of like 250 fucking items or some shit, but those are like the main ones, I would say. And also like I'm probably coaching guys that they are fucking, or the guys that they are fucking should be getting coaching from me. That's one of them. Good money, good lifestyle. I'm in good shape. Bunch of shit. I have a long list. I have a long list, but I just feel so narcissistic reading it out. It's crazy. I have a long list, but it's just like I can write it for myself, but just like saying it on a stream just makes me feel like a fucking narcissist, you know? Could you give an example of one of these DHV stories? I've told a couple of DHV stories today. You probably just didn't notice. What do you do when you keep the silence while holding eye contact and she breaks it by saying she should probably go now? You could change the topic. But like, really? She would have given you signs through her body language that you might have been holding the tension for too long. Do you use edging? Yes. Even in night game, I use edging in night game, like before even pulling. What attributes are most attractive to women and what attributes aren't? So, in terms of behavior, absolutely confidence, dominance, assertiveness. Those are going to be super, super big. Intelligence, obviously. Empathy is also going to be important. Even if you look at things like kindness, it's something that women like rank very high. But they don't want kindness from a guy who's a fucking pussy. They want kindness from a guy that already has all the other traits that I just described. Obviously. Those are like the main things that come in mind to me. Also like authority, certainty, those things are going to be super important. What attributes aren't? Well, I would say pretty much the opposite traits of the ones that I just listed. So lack of confidence, submissiveness, going to be super weak, indecisiveness, uncertainty, lack of authority is going to be super unattractive. Not being able to lead is going to be super, super unattractive. Yeah. Just off the top of my head, right? I'm sure you can make a super long list. But that should cover like the 80% at least. I'm gonna get something to drink. What is edging? It's essentially when you're teasing a girl and you get her to the point where she's almost about to orgasm and then you stop and you keep her there on the edge where she's almost about to come, but you don't push her over the edge. That's going to result in a much stronger orgasm. How did you DHV back in the day when you were not in shape, not making money like now? Well, a lot from through behavior and pre-selection. Pre-selection was like the one I used the most. So I would literally, talk to girls about, if I'm in night game, I would talk about the pull that I did yesterday, and I will be able to like move the interaction from there. I would talk about that stuff. I would talk about girls that I've dated before. I would find ways to create pre-selection. I could even like totally like fake pre-selection. So let's say I'm talking to a girl like right. Let's pretend my laptop here is a girl. I'll be like, oh my god, don't look behind you. Whatever you do not look behind you. And she's gonna be like, well, why not? And I'm like, there's this girl. Don't look. I don't want her to see, but there's this girl. She's been following me for like fucking days now. Like I took her home like a couple of months ago. I gave her 15, 20 orgasms, and she's been trying to meet every single fucking day since then. She's looking now like, don't look back. I don't want her to look here. Like I will create something, right? I will create something, but also I'm also just gonna point at the hottest girl in the club. I'm like, oh my god, don't look. I don't want her to see. She's gonna come over here. Like, oh my god, she's coming over now. Hey, let's go to the other room. And you just move her to the other room. Like, I will create some shit like that. And it's super hilarious. And like, it sounds ridiculous, but it works. It fucking works so well. It is fucking crazy. And you can even use that to pull. You can even like, oh my god, look, she's gonna fucking come over here. I don't want to talk to her. Let's get the fuck out of here. You can even use that to like isolate or to pull. So you use the fact that you're trying to get away from this super, super hot girl as an excuse to like pull or to isolate. So that is like one way that you could DHV without having anything, like actually like tangible, right? But the thing is, you need to be creative. If you understand how pre-selection works, you're not going to need lines or techniques on how to use pre-selection. You can be fucking creative with it. I mean, for example, in a way, like, you see the balloon in the background. Obviously, I got it from a girl, right? I mean, maybe it's not super obvious, but like that's what every conclusion that a girl is going to jump to. Like, oh, a girl gave him that. That's one form of like a pre-selection DHV. Just one form of it. There's so many things you could do, man. So for someone like me who is not in shape, not rich, I love how you say like someone like me. Like, I feel like most of us are not rich and most of us are not in shape. Like, I definitely didn't used to be any of those. Like, I used to be the complete fucking opposite. I think the biggest value that you can provide is number one, understanding her and understanding her psychology and what she wants and what she needs. That is like the biggest value that you can bring. After that, I would say just general confidence, assertiveness, and dominance. That's gonna matter so much more than you being in shape or you having money. Those two things are gonna completely shit over looks and money. Completely shit all over it. After that, I would say sexual value, like the fact that you don't even need to know necessarily know how to give her a good experience, but just the fact that you want to give one, that you intend on doing it, is going to be enough for most girls. Then obviously, like, if you're really good in bed, that is massive value. You don't need to be in shape or have money to do any of those things. If you can do those things, trust me, they're not going to care if you're in shape or if you have money. Trust me. They're not going to give a shit. I'm a virgin, bro. Yeah, well, in that case, maybe you need to accept the fact that you might not be able to deliver that form of value yet. Baby steps, bro. Baby steps. Baby steps. Baby step. You gotta level up. You gotta start leveling up. If you're at a point where you're not confident, you don't have the skills, you don't understand psychology, well, you need to start working on it. Baby steps, man. Baby steps. You're not gonna be a 10 out of 10 confidence, 10 out of 10 dominance, 10 out of 10 bed skills, or like anything, 10 out of 10 psychology understanding. You're just not going to start with that. You're going to work your way up to 2, to 3, to 4, to 5. You're not going to jump from like a 0 to 10. Doesn't work like that. You'll start with baby steps, bro. Alex, what was your biggest sticking point? It's a good question. Let me think about it. Because I've had a lot of them. Well, the thing is, I've had every single sticking point. That's how I know how to deal with them. Like, I've had all of them. I just want to find one way that could work for me, so I could have a little bit results, so I could grow my confidence a little. All right, fair enough. So, I think 2 things. Because if you start talking about pre-selection, it might not be believable. So let's just stick to the things that, are most likely to work and are going to be the most believable. So I would say probably, like, if you go with these confidence lines, you could definitely pull them off without having anything to back them up with. You just practice them enough and you're going to be confident in the lines. You see the reactions you get from them and you see that they actually work. And then your second thing could be that you want to give her a good experience. You could be virgin, still want to give her a good experience. You just need to express the fact that you're not selfish and you're focused on her pleasure. You could do that even if you're a virgin. If you want to, you can. Even though you might not know how, you might still want to. You're not saying that you know how to. You're just saying that, you care about it and you focus on it. It's very different. I'm gonna open some more. Alright. I think you sweep me off my feet. Best experience of your life could be good here. By giving you the best experience of your life. You just keep it simple and you see how she reacts to that. So we just use this to test compliance, because we don't really know how sexually compliant this girl is yet. So we want to baby step our way into it. So if I approach a walking day game set of one girl and she's standing in the middle of a busy street, I was trying to like visualize it in my head. In the middle of a busy street. Okay. Is it not better to insta-date before sexual DHV too early? Or not? I think it depends, man. I think if you feel like you have the compliance to take her for an instant date, and like the logistics allow for it, then that will probably be the better move. Yeah. It's going to be better. Yeah. But let's say if for some reason you have compliance, but your logistics don't allow you to go for an instant date because maybe there's like a time constraint, but you have the attraction, you have the compliance, well then you could just do it there. But ideally, if you can take her on an instant date, that's going to be better. But if time doesn't allow for it, but you have all the other factors in place, like she's open, you have the compliance, you have the attraction, you just go for it. You don't need to take her for an instant date then. But if you can do it, of course. And then maybe a sexual DHV might not be the right move at that point. Maybe it's too early. Because you still can't sexual DHV too early before you have compliance for it. Otherwise, you would just open with that every time. Like, hey, do you want this and this? This is not going to work, obviously. Will you go less explicit with this girl because of how she was responding before? Well, we need to test first. That's the point. We need to test the compliance first. Because if she's open to explicit, I'm going to go explicit. But if she's not, then I'm not going to do it. It's really that simple. I try to push it as far as I can, but nowhere further than that. If I push it further than I can get away with, then that's a mistake. So I'm always trying to push it as far as I can without taking it over the edge. And that's always going to be the best. I think that makes a lot of sense. Bro, are you in Sweden? No, I'm not, but I was there last weekend. Holy fuck, dude. Sweden is so good for game. It's so good for game. It is so fucking good, especially night game. Holy shit. It might be some of the best night game like anywhere. It is so good. Fucking ridiculous. Is there a way to bait the instant date so you can gauge if she will agree? Yeah. First of all, I would start by asking her, like, hey, like, what are you doing right now? And if she's like, oh, I'm just doing some shopping, or I'm not doing anything special. Or if she's like, well, I have a very important meeting in 5 minutes, and I'm already running late. I'm like, okay, well, you're not going to be able to do an instant date. But if she's like, oh, I'm not really doing much right now, then the next thing I would be like, oh, okay, do you like coffee? She would be like, yes, I like coffee. Or she would be like, actually, I prefer wine. Or she will say something. If she says like, yes, I like coffee. All right, perfect. I'm going to take you to my favorite fucking coffee place just around here. Let's go. Boom. And you take her for it. Yeah, it's that simple. Are those direct lines a waste of time? Excuse me, can I have your number, Snapchat, Insta? Yeah, I mean, it's not going to... Like, getting a number, Snapchat or Insta, it doesn't mean shit. Like, it's useless. It's useless if you don't have attraction, you haven't set the frame of the interaction yet. It's fucking... If you just go up to a girl like, hey, can I have your Instagram? Like, okay. Fuck you gonna do with it? If I drop type routine or guys from your country routine within 1 minute, that's not too high compliance. I mean, the thing is, there is no... It's not the time that matters, because some girls you could pull within 30 seconds of an interaction because she's compliant to it. It's like you can't gauge it based off time because that's going to be super inaccurate. Imagine if the girl is down to be pulled after 15 seconds, but you keep delaying it for like 30 minutes and she loses interest. Well, that's not good. So you can't base it off of time. You need to base it off of her body language and reactions. That's what you base it on. Not like, oh, well, it's been 1 minute. According to the PUA rule book, I can't do this until after 7 hours. Imagine that. Imagine like the girl is like, hey, please, like, let's go back to your place now. And you're like, hey, sorry, I know you're super attracted. I know you want to go to my place right now. But, Mystery wrote in his book 10 years ago that legally I am not allowed to take you home until 6 hours and 30 minutes so I can get you perfectly on the 7-hour mark. Like, you can't base it off of time. It's ridiculous. Like, it doesn't make sense. So you need to base it on, like, what type of reactions she's giving you. And not, like, how much time has passed. Time is not a good metric. It's not. Because if I'm in night game, typically like Even in day game, right? Like almost every fucking interaction, I could find a way to do the type routine or guys from your country in like in the first minute. Then some other guy might not be able to do that because he's not getting as strong reactions as I am, right? So, so it's all going to depend. So it's going to depend on the interaction. But you're saying, is it realistic to instant date within 1 minute if compliant and then do that verbal talk? Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. Anything is realistic. You just need to know, like, is that the case in this particular situation? Bro, do you think you would close more girls if you weren't so aggressive? No, I think I would close way less. Way less. Way less. I can do it while standing too, I guess. But I'm curious what your interaction look like, because you say you sexualize really early after opening if compliant. Yeah, if compliant. Of course. Hey, are you planning to stream other days this week? I'd love to hang out for a full stream. Can only hang out for a short bit today. Yeah, man, I'm planning to do it every day unless something fucked up happens. I'm just gonna do it every day. Do lower SMV guys need more non-sexual DHVs? I don't think they need more non-sexual DHVs. I think they need more confident and dominant behavior. I think that's much more accurate. Then yeah, non-sexual DHVs, yeah, they're probably gonna help. But what's really going to be super important is that they have like very on point subcoms. And also, why are they lower SMV? Like, there is no acceptable excuse to be low SMV. If you're low SMV and it's something that is not like genetically like, you know, then you're just a fucking lazy cunt, like straight up. If you're not in shape, it is only because you're fucking lazy. I don't know what else to say. Like, I have zero sympathy for guys who are like, oh yeah, but I'm low SMV. Yeah, you're low SMV, but you're also fucking lazy. Straight up. There are some things that you can't influence, like your height. Sure, I'm on board with that. But you can influence, you can totally influence your behavior, and if you're in good shape, or if you're fat or not, or if you have a good haircut and you're fucking clean and you dress well. Every guy can do that. If you're not doing those things, if you dress like shit, if you're not in shape, well, fuck you. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else, because I don't want to help you. Because you're a lazy cunt. I don't want to work with guys like that, straight up. Because I think it's ridiculous, straight up. And like I gamed low SMV for like my first 100 or 200 lays. I showed pictures on the stream like yesterday or something. So like I've been low SMV. But I was also a lazy cunt about my SMV back then. Straight up. But what I was doing was, I wasn't focusing on those things because I was focusing 100% on game. Which maybe, like, I think, like in retrospect, it was the right move. For sure. But at some point I was like, all right, fuck, I need to do something about the SMV situation here. This is unacceptable, right? Because I could be getting much better results if I took care of this. So, like, every time I see someone in the chat be like, does this work for a low SMV guy? First of all, that's a fucking loser mindset. That's a loser mindset. You should become high SMV. Yeah. I think you guys get the point I'm trying to make. I'm actually glad I learned game with a low SMB. Yeah, dude, me too. I'm so happy I did that. Because otherwise, you could have gotten away with like being worse, let's say. Now it's easy, but I'm not used to getting so much compliance so early. Yeah, bro. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. Like it becomes different, right? Because you get more early compliance. Yeah. But that's the only difference. The only thing that happens when you're higher SME is you just get higher compliance earlier on. But if you're low SME, you can still build compliance up until the same point. That's the thing. if you're higher SMV and you start off at like a 5 out of 10 compliance, whereas a lower SMV guy who will start off with maybe 3 out of 10 compliance, just to throw some numbers out. The low SMV guy could still build it up to a 5 out of 10 compliance and be in exactly the same spot as the high SMV guy. He just needs to run better game earlier on. That's it. That's literally the only difference. But a lot of guys, they don't want to realize that because then they can't make excuses. Then they can't be fucking victims. But like, if guys are fucking whining about not being high SMV, I'm just like, bro, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, man, and go gain 10 kilos of muscle and then come back. Like, fuck you, man. Like, if you don't go to the gym and you're not taking care of your diet and you're not dressing well, fucking go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Like, you don't deserve results. I don't know what to say. And also, like, don't be a fucking black pill incel. Like, don't be a black pill incel. Don't be the guy who's like, oh, it's only look that matters. That's fucking retarded. Thoughts of having multiple girlfriends. It sounds like an amazing idea, bro. I think you should do it. Yeah. And I think the way you would do it is like, you would just display so much. Like, it really what it comes down to is values. Always value. You need to find a way to like display more value than every other guy does. And then you have to be like really upfront with like, hey, there's going to be other girls, straight up. It's just what it's going to be. Either you accept it, or it's like, hey, it was a good time. It was nice to meet you and all. So that, like, in a nutshell, is what it will come down to. You need to have value to the point where they're fine with it. Best thing about game is when a girl comes over to your place with some food or wine, you can use it for the next girl. Yes, absolutely, yes, absolutely. Do you still pick your sets very carefully in Nike, or are you going for more difficult sets? Well, I always want to go for difficult sets. But I want to do screening. I want to do some smart screening beforehand. If it's like a 99% chance that it's not going to work in this in this very moment, then I'll be like, okay, maybe I can wait 10 minutes until there's like a better situation. Because if it's like, this is the hot girl that I want to pull at the end of the night, but she's having a fucking heated argument with her friend now, then it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna wait until this argument is settled, because if I go in now, it's a 0%, it's basically like a 0% success rate. And also, like I explained in like my previous stream, I always want to screen out the situation before I go in. I never want to go in blind, so I always want to analyze before I go in. And if a interaction is super low probability, then you're better off waiting and approaching them later. Or maybe you can find a way to like make the situation work, but at least analyze before you go in. Don't go in blind. That's the point, right? Don't avoid difficult situations. Difficult situations are great. Difficult interactions are best, because that's where you're probably going to learn the most. But just do screening. Just figure out what's going on before you go in. Don't go in blind. Why do girls always burst out laughing, awkward, smile after I'm done with the approach? They laugh after your approach? Well, then I don't think it went very well. These live streams are dangerously addicted. Yeah, dude, I'm getting addicted to doing them. I'm getting addicted to doing them as well. It's a lot of fun. I got no money to eat 130 grams of protein daily, bro. Well, I mean, okay. Then you gotta make more money. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, all I'm hearing is excuses, man. Like, I like you, man, but all I'm hearing is excuses. I like you, I want to help you, but I'm only hearing excuses. all the time. You're a fucking genius at making excuses. Like, instead of telling me I got no money to eat 130 grams of protein, why aren't you like asking how can I make more money so I can eat 130 grams of protein? Like no offense, bro, but you're making a fuck ton of excuses. You're always finding reasons why you can't do something. Do you ever get it that you open in day game and the girl just straight up walks past you and says, "Sorry, I'm busy"? Not really. Like, I've definitely had that happen, but like I can't think of a time where that has happened recently. Unless she's like running down the street and she's like clearly in a rush. Then yeah, it could happen, but like it's not a common occurrence. Yeah. Life is unfair, get money or cope. Yeah. I mean, dude, bro, like I get it, because there was like for the majority of my life up until maybe like the most recent years, I couldn't afford that either, and it sucked. It sucked. I know. Like all the shit you're going through, I've been there too. That's why I can talk about it from a place of authority, is because I've actually experienced it and I've overcome it. And I've helped many people overcome it. Do you also pre-screen in day game? Opening girls in a heavy rush seems like a massive waste of time. I agree, that is a massive waste of time. It is like... yeah, it is a waste of time, yeah, obviously. So, yeah, of course you pre-screen, right? So, if it's a girl who's like walking around and just like doing window shopping and she's doing nothing, that's like a girl that's begging to be pulled, in my opinion. She's walking around just doing nothing. She's essentially just walking around waiting to be approached so someone can pull her. Obviously, if you had a choice between the girl who's rushing down the street, let's say they're both equally hot, right? Just to make the example, they're both equally hot. One girl is rushing to the street with a bunch of fucking documents and shit, and she's like, she's rushing to the fucking train. And then you have another girl, equally attractive, but she's like doing window shopping. She's like walking around like she's not doing anything. Well, you're a fucking retard if you go for the girl running. You're a fucking, like, that would be so stupid. I have to learn English first to understand anything. But like, don't worry. I'll take care of the communication. And I love the cute Polish accent. So you take some fucking ownership. Take some ownership and you lead. The post-multi-orgasmic disorder. If a girl is walking somewhat far in front of you and you want to open, do you chase after them? Well, I don't like running, but maybe I'll start walking faster. Like, it's... You can run, you can jog. You can do that. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You can do that. If you do everything else well, I think that's fine. Yo, offend me directly, bro. I don't know, because you're talking for my good being, but for real, it will take at least 1.5 years to get my SMV higher and richer. And I'm afraid my confidence will be worse if I wait, so... Well, you could... No, it doesn't take 1.5 years to get higher SMV. You can do it in like a couple of months. Fuck you talking about, man? Like, I don't know what you look like right now, but if you're higher body fat, you could lose so much body fat in just like 2 or 3 months. You could look like a completely different person in terms of body fat in 2 or 3 months. Straight up. You really could. Haircut, 30 minutes. Fashion takes 1 day. You're talking shit, man. You could solve this way quicker than 1.5 year. In 1.5 year, you could probably do like a pretty fucking amazing transformation. But in a matter of 2 or 3 months, you could also look like a completely different person. Alex, I'm Polish. We have a big discussion in country that Polish girls want more foreign men to enjoy, bro. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's true, yeah. But I think that's true for like every country you go to. Everyone always likes what's more foreign, or like what's more exotic. You could get a haircut, tattoo, and a new wardrobe in 24 hours. Yeah, man. Yeah. Uh, you're 175 centimeters, 70 kilos. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you look like. You could be 175, 70 kilos, still have a high body fat. In that case, you would still do. It would still be beneficial to lose fat. But also, like, if you're not going to the gym, you're gonna get newbie gains. You're gonna fucking you can gain a lot in like a couple of months with newbie gains. Like you can make some ridiculous progress really quick. Newbie gains. I powerlift, so losing weight is not ideal. That is true. Like if your main priority is powerlifting, getting leaner might not be smart. But also, if you get leaner in powerlifting, you can compete in a lower weight class because you will be able to fill up that with more muscle later on, right? So like losing body fat and gaining muscle is still beneficial even if you powerlift, right? Let's say you lose. I mean, I know this is a long term thing, right? But if obviously like fat might be beneficial for like leverages, so maybe you could lift more that way. But if you lose 5 kilos of fat and you gain 5 kilos of muscle, I still think your net strength increase would be higher than the leverage you would get from the fat from gaining that extra 5 kilos of muscle. So I think losing fat is still beneficial, but if you don't fill out with the extra kilos of muscle, yeah, then I think it would actually be probably ideal for powerlifting. It makes sense. But short term, yeah, if you lose body fat, you will lift less. Short term, for sure. Because like if you're fatter, you have a shorter range of motion. Thoughts on pickup lines? I don't know any pickup lines. Like I actually don't know any pickup lines. It feels crazy to say, but I don't know a single pickup line. Like like I know what you're talking about. Pickup lines, like shit that people do in like videos and like on TikTok. Like I don't know those. So yeah. Yeah, but you never want to be eating less with strength. You always want to be eating as much calories as possible to optimize performance. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't argue with that. I'm totally on board with that. But I mean, I think in that case, you just need to decide like, what is your priority? Do you wanna be as strong as possible right now, or do you wanna lose body fat to be more attractive? It's up to you. I mean, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to that. I think that just comes down to what you prioritize the most. I went from 280 to 190. Good job, bro. Bro, check out Eric Ronaldo. He uses them and gets a lot of number, which leads to dates. Well, I mean, how do you know they lead to dates? Like, is he saying that, or are you just assuming it? I'm sure they do. I wouldn't be surprised at all, but like, where are you getting that info from? You mentioned about how you write up things on your phone about students and that you would show to give us context. Yes. Give me a second and I will try to find a way to show that. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull that up if you give me just a second here. Yeah, I mean, if the girls love him, then I fucking believe it too. Why not? I have so many notes on my phone, like it's absolutely crazy. I have so much. Whew. Holy shit. I need to move it over to my computer, the screenshots. All right, let me upload, and then I can show you. All right, just need to see what it looks like on the actual screen here. Let me see. All right, so oh shit. Okay, so you guys should be able to see this pretty well. So these are the type of notes that I would say to that I would give a student. So this is after each interaction, right? So let me just go through this. I don't know if you can see the entire screenshot. Let me see if I can make that better. Fucking hell. All right, you can see. All right. So this girl isn't giving obvious positive reactions, and therefore you don't sound as confident. Yeah. So with this guy here, he was doing really well, and he was feeling like really confident in his interactions when the girls were giving him like a lot of validation, where they were like giving him very strong positive reactions, where they were clearly into him. Now, if a girl wasn't giving super strong positive reactions early on, you could see he wouldn't behave as confidently. So the way I fixed that with him was that I really explained to him the thing how like some girls, they could be super into you without showing it. Partly because they don't wanna show that, like, you know, some girls, they're just like much more stoic. So let's say like a Ukrainian girl or a Russian girl, they're probably going to be super blank bitch face, but they could be super, super, super into you. Whereas you meet like another girl who's like American, she'd be like, oh my God. And she would be like super strong reactions, anime eyes, all of that shit. Even though they could be equally into you. So just by explaining that to him in like a good way, that it really clicked for him. So after that, he was able to open girls that weren't giving him much early on. And he would be able to display confidence in his behavior all the way through. So he would actually be able to get that type of attraction. Right? In these moments, you need to remind yourself that a girl could be equally attractive but in different ways. So I explained that to him in person, like after the interaction. Don't ask her questions about Bali, like, you know, she's your fucking tour guide or something. Like, you don't want to come and like behave as if you're completely lost. Like, oh hey, do you know the best cafes around here? I'm too fucking. I can't use Google Maps, or like it's just a sign of incompetency. It's never going to be an attractive thing if you have to ask girls for directions and shit. And like, hey, what do you think is the best club here? Like, it's not going to be attractive. You're not an authority. It's more interesting than talking about the weather she was talking about. So I don't remember exactly. And here he was actually trying to find ways to like eject from the interaction. He would say stuff like, okay, so do you have to go soon? Like things along those lines that would make the girl be like, hey, yeah, I actually have to go soon. So he would try to find, like, he wasn't conscious of doing this, but he was subconsciously asking questions and saying things that would cause the interaction to end earlier, because he was feeling nervous in the interaction. So he wanted to find ways out to sort of ease that nervousness to end the interaction. Another form of that could be closing way too early. It's like trying to take a number, trying to take an Instagram, or trying to pull too early. That could be another form of, let's say, trying to release that tension, so to ease the discomfort of being in the interaction. Right? You asked at a point where you had negative compliance, so like when it just wasn't going as well as it could have been. Too early and poor timing. There's no point in getting the Instagram when you don't have compliance, and it's just gonna sound like you're begging for it. Great opener. I want to square up with her. Good short interaction. Remember, you want to sound a bit more certain. Avoid sounding incompetent. I don't know. I just got to Bali. Ooh, I'm lost. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Much better opener. Asked her how she celebrated her birthday. First time in Bali. First time is always special. You should answer in a way that could hint about her sexual compliance. Let's get rid of the water bottle. So a lot of guys do this in day game. I'll show you. They will be like, let's see. Oh, let me pull this up here. Yeah. So they will be standing with like a water bottle, and they will be like standing like all nervous and shit, right? I found that if you just tell the guys to put their water bottle away, they can actually stand there and have some like normal body language without like pacifying and like doing the shit with the water bottle. Yeah. It just looks really nervous, right? And every fucking guy is like walking around with a water bottle when they're day gaming, so that's actually a super common one. If you're the type of guy you're day gaming with a water bottle, you're probably like the water bottle is probably like making you look like much more nervous than you are. put that shit away. All right. So we can go over to another type of note here. So this is a note from like a more advanced student. Let's see. All right. So this is a much more advanced student. So I don't know if you guys can see the top of the screen. Really, let's see if I move it a bit. Okay, now she responds well to like a dominance cold read, but it's hard to get much out of her. So this is the type of girl that, you know, she's not investing a lot, and she might not necessarily be talking a lot. So the first option here is to try to get more investment out of her. She could just also be one of these one-word girls, which isn't a big problem, because if the girl is still giving you compliance, even though she might not be using a lot of words, then that's not a problem. It's completely fine. It's just her communication style. And also, like, I found that girls who are very submissive, they tend to be just like, yes, yes, yes. One-word responses. And guys would be like, oh, bro, she's not investing. Oh, they get fucking like a fucking panic attack, right? While the girl is just like, hey, you could pull me now if you just ask me to. She agrees on difficult to find him. So they're talking about the type of guy that she wants, right? So now you've created scarcity. Next step here, the next step you'll want to do after this is you want to frame yourself as an experienced dominant, because that's the type of value that she's hooked on. So now you need to display to her that you're able to provide her with the value that she finds most attractive. You can use. So she was talking about something like she's just experienced with normal, boring sex, basically, as an opportunity to do that. The cold reads were a good way to do so. So he was cold reading something about her. You could even say, I have to warn you first, after you experience dominance, you'll never be able to go back to normal sex. So that is just like a way to frame the sex. It's like much better, right? This is getting her to implicitly agree to fucking, yeah, exactly. So this is like a more indirect way where you can sort of like get her to agree to it. You know, like in a very subtle way. You're saying a lot of things. So here he starts saying things that she could disagree on. So this is what I'm talking about always when it comes to framing the type of messages that you're sending. You don't want to write a message in a way where she's likely to like disagree. So if I were to like give an example, if you were to ask a girl, have you ever found a guy that that's not going to work. If you're like have you ever is it hard for you to find a guy that you're a little bit attracted to? It's really hard to come up with these actually, because I'm trained to think in another way. So like, is it hard for you to find a guy that you're attracted to even a little bit? She's gonna say, oh no, like most guys I can be a little bit attracted to. But if you're like, how often do you actually find a guy that you're like, fuck, like I would kill to be with him? She would be like, yeah, not very often. So the way that you frame your sentences is going to absolutely determine the way that she's going to respond. So you can generate basically whatever response you want if you frame it in the right way. So here he was framing things in a way where it would be easy for her to disagree. And I know that when he starts doing this, it's just a matter of time before he's going to create some form of non-compliance. You take too long to get into one-on-one. So when I say one-on-one, I'm talking when he starts going from like indirect, like talking about other guys and like how they're this, and this. And like, I want to get him to go to become more direct and more explicit, like, hey, this is what I'm going to do to you, blah, 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 blah. He starts talking about orgasms, and she says, yeah, maybe I'll get to experience that someday. And obviously when she's doing that, because the girls are smart, right? She knows that when she says that, this is going to encourage him to become more direct, which was actually like the problem here. I was saying this before she did, like hey bro, you gotta become a little bit more direct here. She's baiting for him to be more direct. She says she never tried being tied up. You shouldn't close on tying up yet, because you don't know for sure if that's what she wants. The only thing she told you is that she has never tried it, but you never actually gotten her to express that she wants it. So that's very different. But if you get her to say like, yeah, look, I've always wanted to be tied up, then you could easily close with tying up. Like, hey, perfect. Like I'm gonna tie you up later tonight. You can literally use that, say that, and pull. If she says that, oh yeah, like I always wanted to try this, you can get her to say it. It's a better move now because okay. And then he got her to agree to that. He says, if I took you home, I know exactly what I'd do. And then the girl switches the topic. She switches the topic randomly. She starts talking about her type of guy again, which is not a bad topic, but it's taking it away from what we're trying to do. It's taking off. If we're going from open to close, and we're like right here now, she's like bringing it back here again. But not because she's not compliant, just because she changed topic for no particular reason. Let her ask what you would do to her, so you can go into dirty talking, and after that is the free lay, right? She doesn't comply because you didn't let her take the bait. This is a clear sign that you're just saying random stuff right now at this point. So yeah. So this is like a much more like advanced student, obviously, if you were to compare it to the first one. But yeah, these are the type of notes that I'm always doing with all coaching students. Like even if this is like a 2 week rite of passage boot camp, or if this is like one-on-one coaching, I'm always, every single interactions, I'm going to take notes to that detail. So I can give you this detailed feedback every single interaction that you do. That's my coaching style. This is why I always want to have the guys mic'd up. Because then you're able to just give more in-depth feedback, and like they're able to get more value out of it. Yeah, so that's what I do pretty much when it comes to that. All right, let's go back to Tinder. What's the most you've ever had with a guy in one night? 3. Sorry to hear that. We have a lot of compliance from this girl, so we could probably just be like, next time someone asks you this question, you're going to say 20, and only one guy knew how to do it. Okay, so we have a lot in the chat right now that I didn't see. There's a lot of talk about the YouTuber guy. What are your thoughts about Playa del Carmen, Mexico? Yeah, man, dude, it's amazing, man. I think it's really good. I think it's really good, actually. When I was in Playa del Carmen, I pulled mostly Argentinians, actually. Mostly Argentinians and, like, Americans. Also Canadians. But I wasn't going for, like, a lot of Mexican girls. Like, I wanted the Argentinians. They were the hottest ones. Love the Argentinians. I'm with a Spanish friend, and we're surprised how easy it is. Yeah, man, I mean, I think it's easy. Yeah, for sure. And I also think it's a great place for a game. Like, no matter who you are, it's like affordable. There's a lot of girls, good weather, good food. Like, what is there not to like about it? It's just you just need to be aware that you don't piss off the wrong people. Because after all, it's still Mexico. Even though it might feel safe, if you piss off the wrong person, it's not safe. Let's see. A lot of talk about SMV and the YouTubers. Is it better for a beginner to push through leading an interaction and come across as pushy than their usual passive selves when being new? Yeah, I mean, I would say so. It's just, but you still don't want to push things too far. But I think it's a really good practice to just like become more assertive and like really go for what you want. I think that is an amazing thing. But like if the girl gets to the point where she's like, no, like I don't want anything, then you're like, all right, hey, look, it was nice to meet you. Have a good night, boom. And you don't have to push it further than that because you're not gonna learn anything from it. But like take it as far as you can. You always take it as far as you can, while still like respecting her boundaries and respecting her comfort and everything. Obviously, but I say that as a disclaimer because guys, they might not fucking understand that. So, but obviously, so you mean you want to frame your sentences to seem like she is agreeing with everything, which makes her comply without realizing? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course. Absolutely, man. I mean, that's a big part of game, right? Big part of game is being able to use persuasive language. Alex, I can't find best video when you with Dutch girl and describe every social dynamic. Yeah, I made it private a couple of days ago. I might make it public again soon. We'll see. Yeah, let's see. I got a little bit of qualifier from her. Should I reward and how so? What are you talking about? Like, what's your interaction? I have no context here. If you give me the context, I can tell you what to do. Even three, I was a shaking mess. This is the wheelchair. This is funny. But like in my fuck. Even three, I was a shaking mess. Yeah. Just imagine what a mess your entire body will be after 20. You'll likely sleep for 12, 14 hours afterwards. You'll probably sleep like a baby. Like a baby for 12, 14 hours afterwards. You ever approach in gym? No, because when I go to the gym, I'm like, all right, I'm going to go in, I'm going to get my workout done and get the fuck out. But with that said, I've approached a lot of girls from the gym outside of the gym. So like on the way out and that kind of things. But not like when they're using my machines and shit. No, I don't really do that. But when I was in Mexico, because we were talking about Mexico, like Playa del Carmen, like I closed a lot of girls from Evolve Gym. That's actually where I got some of my hottest girls from in Mexico was from the gym, for sure. Like it could be like after the gym, like because they go outside to have like a smoothie at like the fucking smoothie place next door. Then you just open there. It's like girls that would like know me from the gym, but like I wasn't like approaching them while they were working out. Do you ever set up the exact details of the date in person, like when, where? I mean, you can, but yeah, you can, but you could also just do it over text. I personally, I haven't found it to make a big difference, but I guess you could. I guess you could if you want to. All right, so I got a message from the fucking Leonardo DiCaprio looking guy. He's saying, "Thanks for all the streams and value content." And he sent me a screenshot of using the text game. He's using the text game from the stream on girls, and he's killing it. My man Flynn is fucking killing it right now. He's gonna get so much pussy from these streams. Holy shit! Like you all guys, like fuck. I'm excited, right? Because these live streams, they're going to generate so many fucking lays for you guys. You guys, guys, you start just doing the shit that I'm doing in this interaction. Fuck, you're gonna get so much pussy you don't know what to do with it. I fucking guarantee it. You start actually applying this shit in the right way, you will never ever have a dating problem ever again. Like, it is, when you actually get the hang of this, it's so easy. It's like you get girls just straight home to your place like it's fucking Uber Eats. It's gonna get so easy for you guys. I have another guy now sending me more screenshots. Fucking killing it. Is it possible to have access to the interactions Excel video that you had on YouTube in the last 4 hours? Yeah, I can make it public. I can make it public on a different YouTube channel. I can do that. For sure. No problem. Just remind me later on in the stream and I can do it. I get a lot of dates, but most of them flakes in the end for silly reasons. How do you personally handle it? Could you give me some examples? Like, can you send me some screenshots on my Instagram up here and I can look at it? Cute. Why do you think so about accent? Why do I think so? I think it's cute. I need to have a reason for it. Is the guy who looks like Leonardo DiCaprio have a 25 and underage? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Instagram DM. She said she loves reggaeton, Spanish music. Yeah. And I said, yeah, sure, okay. Sarcastically challenging her. Then she replied in Spanish. I interpret as soon. What did she reply? Like I still don't understand what's happening in that conversation. Like what did she reply? That's important. I go to sleep. Thank you for your today's content, Alex. How long do you plan to stay in Poland? Are you gonna continue streaming consistently? Yeah, my plan is just to continue streaming. Yeah. And how long am I planning to stay? At least until June. I'm staying at least until June, but then I'm coming back here as well because we're doing boot camp in August. We're doing boot camps in August, and after that I'm probably just gonna either I stay here or I move to Barcelona. I don't know yet. Like, I'm open to anything, right? But like I fucking love the apartment here. It's fucking great. I love it here. Like, I don't really have any reason to leave. I'm so like locked in here. I'm so comfortable. I had a massive rotation here. Like, yeah, there's no reason to leave really. I'm just gonna, yeah, bro. Let's see. Yeah, you've made text games so much easier and fun, bro. I came from PVF, recommending you in P, and your text game works far better. All right, well, I'm happy to hear it's working well for you. Happy to hear. Alex, I'm currently living in a smaller town in Spain, and the language limits me so much in nightclubs. Okay, you're like Liam McNiff. I'm assuming that you're like American or like British or something, just with the name. Of course, I'm trying to learn the lingo, but what are some key things that can help? Some key things that can help. First of all, if there's a language barrier, I know this because I'm always gaming in countries where there's a language barrier, unless I'm in like the US or Australia. Well, actually, the funny thing is, if I'm in the US or Australia, I'm like the one with the shittier English. So like, I'm at the other end of the language barrier, right? But let's say if you just don't understand the language at all, I think the best thing you can do, you need to be more expressive. You need to focus more on using tonality, body language, and facial expressions, because we both know that like your verbals are not really gonna do shit for you, right? So anything you say has to be with like tonality and like really like exaggerated subcoms in a way. But also I think like if you get into an interaction with a girl, like you can use Google Translate. The girl I fucked yesterday, I had to use Google Translate because she didn't speak a word of English, right? But it was worth it. She was super hot. She was super hot, and like it only took like 15 minutes of Google Translate. It's like done deal. What I like about Google Translate is that it's almost as if you're literally like doing text game in real life. And I think it's cool because you get more time to think before you speak, because you have to type it out, and you get like extra 10 seconds to think. It makes all the difference, right? How many infields are in the mastermind of you and Mark there are on YouTube? I don't know, to be honest, but there's a fair amount. Like I don't know how many clips. I have no idea. Like you would have to check that out. I don't know, but if you had to give a rough estimate, I really don't know. I know 1 or 2 day games from me for sure. From Mark, maybe a bit more. To be honest, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's probably mainly day game. Honestly, like I really don't know. I don't know. All I know is that there's a lot of like audio infield that is not obviously posted anywhere else. There is infield that is not posted anywhere else. Like how many? I have no idea. I have no idea, to be honest. You have to check that out. I should know that, but I actually do not. Do you ever pull for wine if the girl is very compliant but not receptive to explicit stuff verbally? Yeah, I mean, in that case, you would do it, right? Just because she's not receptive to something explicit verbally doesn't mean you like give up and like don't pull her. Like you obviously still do it. The thing is, like, if she's not receptive to explicit verbal sexualization, she could still be very like compliant to like, let's say, physical. There's nothing that says that she wouldn't be, right? Just because she's not receptive to one form of escalation doesn't mean she's not gonna be non-receptive to all other forms, right? So that's actually one of the first things, right? If a girl would not be receptive to, let's say, verbal at all, I would still test and see and gauge how she responds to physical. Like I would test the compliance physically, right? You always need to be adaptable, right? You always need to be adaptable. Like you whatever works, you do, right? You just do whatever works. You can't be too attached to doing a certain thing because you need to be able to adapt and adjust on the spot. What's the most Instagram followers a girl has had that you have pulled? Let me check. It has to be this girl. 250K. 250K. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't check. Like that's an interesting question. It's something I wouldn't even think about, to be honest. Something I wouldn't even think about. But I mean, that I've fucked. It was probably this one. Probably. If I sent you on Instagram the flake you requested, okay, you sent it. Okay, let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Have you ever told a student who is busy and Nike is just not? Have you ever had a student Nike is just not convenient? Yeah, man. I mean, I've had a lot of those guys. Like a lot of guys. Like a lot of my clients, they're fucking super successful guys. Like they make a fuck ton of money, right? They're super successful in their businesses, and like they just can't just be up all night because they got like a business to run and shit. So those guys, they do a lot of day game. They do a lot of day game, right? So yeah, I mean, to answer your question, yeah, a lot of those guys for sure. So yeah, you messaged me on IG. Okay. Hi, when are you free? Hi, tomorrow probably. Don't know about tomorrow. How is Sunday? By the way, how far are you from City Center Merchant City? I don't know yet. Ask me on Sunday from 1 hour. Tomorrow works for you? Not sure. What time after 4 p.m.? Come for my place. And where's it? Address. Let me know when you're down to come to open. Come to open. I don't understand what you mean there. Sorry, I'm late. I'm waiting a babysitter. She's late. Okay, what time do you expect to be here? I don't know. If the babysitter gets to me within half an hour, I'll be there by 6 p.m. If not, then we'll reschedule the meeting for another time. Okay. At that point, I would just be like, no problem, I understand, just let me know. Come after 6 if that works for you. Yeah, see, there it sounds like you're pushing. It sounds like you're pushing a little bit. Like it's nothing extreme, but like a little bit, because she's saying like, hey, look, if I'm not there by 6 p.m., we'll reschedule. And then like there I would just be like, okay, sounds good. Let me know. But now you're also saying come after 6 if that works for you. Where she already said like if it's after 6, she would like to reschedule. It's nothing extreme. Like it's really not. But like it could be for some girls that could definitely be enough. I will write you later. I can do after. Let me know. You sound a little bit eager, a little bit too available. Let me know. So, sorry, she didn't come. I was busy with dinner. I forgot to write next time. Yeah, I mean, look, I just think it was a little bit too eager, a little bit pushing too much. Nothing extreme, but some girls are super sensitive to it. You're welcome, bro. You're welcome. I agree with using Google Translate, but it feels like they are more interested in dancing than just standing there with Google Translate just to have a convo. I assume everything like subcoms to be in check. Well, in that case, I mean, there's nothing saying that you can't dance with them. Like, I think one thing that's really good about dancing is that it makes it super easy to escalate physically, right? So you just get up dancing with her and physically escalate, like make it work that way. Hi Alex, have you ever gamed French girls in France? I've been in France. I was in Saint-Tropez and Nice. I didn't game French girls. It was mostly like American girls, but I have a lot of experience with French girls outside of France. It's like French girls in Australia, French girls in Bali, French girls in Mexico. How was my overall I can tell you my overall experience with them. It was really fucking good. I really like French girls. I don't like Dutch girls. I think they're boring, they're lame. I love French girls. They're great. I really get along well with French girls. And I have figured out exactly how to game French girls. Like, it's so predictable, it's so easy. I know exactly what they respond to. I fucking love French girls. Very good experience with French girls. Overall, very, very good. Cute. Why do you think so about accent? I just love the way it sounds. It sounds super. No, I just love the way it sounds. I've never had this question before. I'm like, oh shit, this weird question. I know the more the better, but how many day game sessions per week is sufficient just to get a few top tier women? Hundreds of women isn't necessary. Well, I think that depends on how good you are. Like, this is not like, let's say, going to the gym where there's like, hey, look, if you go X amount of days per week, this is like the optimal amount of days to get, you know, the best results. Because if you go to the gym like 14 times per week, well, okay, you're not going to be able to recover. But if you go like maybe 4 or 5 days, that's probably like the most that most people can recover from, right? So it's not really like that with game, because one guy, he could go out and day game for one day, he could get he could get a lot of leads with super hot girls. Another guy, he could at 7 days per week, approach all day, get no leads. So it all comes down to your skill level. Whereas if you go to the gym, for example, it's not really like super dependent on your skill level, how much results you get from going X amount of days per week. Whereas in game, it's like your skill is going to determine everything, really. So without knowing who you are, I can't give you an answer to that question. The French are challenging a little more in Paris, but in general, they're really good, especially in the south. Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, they really get approached a lot in Paris, and they also get they get catcalled a lot in like sometimes, you know, some girls like a certain way of catcalling, but you know, in France, they're doing that shit, and they fucking hate it. They hate it. Yeah. Anxiety is strong. I'm naturally social though. Let's see. Naturally social though. But I have good potential, all right? And I've learned all UMP material. So I understand game really well. All right, cool. So I'm planning to create a schedule for day game. I'm thinking it's 4 sessions enough. Yeah. I mean, without knowing who you are, I think you can get a lot of stuff done with four sessions per week. For sure. Absolutely. Like, I would be surprised if you couldn't. When are we doing 24-hour live stream? I mean, that's a good idea. I should definitely do that. But I would have to schedule that in. That would have to be at a time where I'm doing literally nothing else, right? So I would have to cancel coaching. I would have to do all of that. I would have to do it on a rest day from the gym. So I would have to plan that out. But the 24-hour live stream, it could be like really good, right? So I think if I'm doing a 24-hour live stream, we might maybe find a way to do some special 24-hour deal or something for something. Let me think about it. We can figure out something. But like 24-hour live stream of like non-stop Tinder, that would be pretty cool. I would do it. I would be down to do it. Cute. Why do you think so about accent? I just love the way it sounds. Curious to know your formula for gaming French girls. I think it's more difficult getting them in France, but once they're abroad, they become more open. Maybe. I mean, maybe. The thing is, every guy thinks this about their country. Every guy thinks this about their country. It's like, where I'm from, it's more difficult. It's different in other countries. Every guy thinks that. I don't know. I'm not from France, but that's just what everyone says. What I've found to work the best with French girls, obviously sexual DHVs work really well, especially dominance. French guys, they seem a little bit scared to do like the submissive cold read with French girls because they get a little bit of pushback. But the thing is, they're doing that pushback to test a bit, and then you also have to frame things properly, of course. But in a nutshell, dominant sexual DHV, pre-selection DHVs, I just found they work better with French girls than girls from most other countries for whatever reason. For whatever reason. Then also, essentially, my strategy with French girls is I use pre-selection DHVs up until the point where they get insecure, to the point where, like, well, if you're dating all of these like super attractive girls, like what makes me good enough? Because if you DHV enough, even with like really hot girls, there's going to come a point where they get like, fuck, this guy could get any girl. Why is he talking to me? And then you need to qualify them, like, hey, you're exactly my type, blah, 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 pull. That's my strategy with French girls, and it's like fucking flawless. It works so well. Obviously, this will work with girls from like a lot of other countries as well, but I just found that for French girls, this just really fucking works. Alex, I took your How to Build Attraction in 5 Minutes, How to Sexualize Dates into a checklist, and I'm working on one thing at a time. That's the plan. Simplifying things like crazy. Yeah, bro. Like if you do that, there's no way that you're not going to have results. If you do that, and you actually learn those things, you're gonna kill it. Like there's no way that you wouldn't kill it. It would be it would be impossible. It's absolutely, it's absolutely adorable. Damn, I have a lot of matches. Fucking nose, man. By the way, I just remembered today is my birthday. I just remembered it right now. Yeah, it's my birthday now. I'm turning 29 today. I'm getting old. Getting old. Midlife crisis. Ew. 14th of March, yeah. I'm a Pisces. I'm a Pisces. Thanks, guys. I met a French virgin in DHV like crazy. She said she doesn't like guys that have been with a lot of girls. Oh, well, it's because, well, the thing with that is because she's a virgin, and, you know, if you've been with a lot of girls, she's going to be worried about disappointing you and giving you like a bad experience because she doesn't have any experience. She has no idea what she's doing. So she's worried about disappointing you and giving you bad sex, basically. So the way you would need to go about that is, yeah, look, like I have a lot of experience, but I actually like inexperienced girls because I'm able to teach them. And I'm able to give you like an experience that no one else has ever given you before. That's what feels like really rewarding and satisfying to me. So that's the way you want to frame it. You want to frame her being inexperienced as actually like a positive thing. You like it. You like the fact that she's inexperienced because you can teach her. That's how you would. That's the kind of angle and that's the type of frame that you would want to go with that girl in particular. Because that is why she doesn't like guys who've been with a lot of girls. It's because she's going to feel insecure about her skills. How do you take the authority frame right after opening? I mean, first of all, you want to get on a topic where you actually have authority. So depending on who you are, but like if you're watching this YouTube channel, like talking about dating, talking about sex, talking about psychology are going to be easy topics where you can take authority. If you just like take the shit that we talk about here and you can use those actually in interaction, talk about like place of authority. But then again, also like if it's night game, you could always do something like I do this all the time. I think it's funny. Like, hey, how old are you? She would be like, I'm 21. I'm like, there's no fucking way you're 21. Show me your ID right now. She takes out her ID. So that's like, I guess, one way that you could be like authority. But I think the best way is really get on a topic where you have authority and display it. This could even be like, let's say that this girl, she's studying like computer science or something. Like, let's just say you find a girl who's studying computer science and you happen to be working in IT. And she's like, yeah, so I'm studying computer science. I'm learning JavaScript. Then you could always be like, yeah, look, JavaScript is actually like one of the best languages that you could start off with as a programmer. And later on, after you learn JavaScript, you would want to progress over to this coding language and this coding language. That's the way that you're gonna make yourself like the most useful in the workplace. Like that could be like one way that you could display authority for a girl as a like programmer, let's say. So that's just an example, right? Let's say that you work in IT and you happen to be lucky, you find a girl who's studying computer science. You can frame, so you use your expertise in that area to frame yourself as an authority, and that is going to create attraction. Oh yeah, so taking the advice giver frame is a method of taking authority. Yeah, man, yeah. But like, it's also important to be like, when you're taking authority, you can't do it from like a condescending place. It can't sound condescending because then they're just gonna think you're a fucking arrogant cunt and they're not gonna want to talk to you. So it has to be like genuinely like advice giving. It can't be like condescending. It is really important. Because I feel like a lot of guys they could be like, oh, I'm gonna show authority, and they're like, they're gonna show this bitch I'm better than her or something like that. Like, no, it has nothing to do with that. That's gonna be an easy way to get blown up, by the way. If you sound like that. You're going to be full of pictures. League of Legends authority frame, yeah, man, of course, of course. If you find a girl who's play, I've had this like more times than you would expect actually. Like you match a girl on Tinder and you know she just happens to be playing League of Legends. Then of course like hopefully you were higher ranked than her. If the girl is like grandmaster and you're telling her like yeah like I was actually like gold 4, that's not gonna like I hope it's the other way around, you know. One thing as well, Alex, one of the few things you and Pete don't talk about uh, much, which could be good, is the familiarity frame. If after opening you act as though you've known each other for years, it's mad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's good shit. Like, maybe I don't talk about it. Maybe I don't talk about it, but it's definitely like you always wanted to feel that way. You never want her to feel like she's talking to a stranger. That's for sure, man, for sure. One of my exes streams League on Twitch now. She's pretty popular. Nice. Nice. Maybe we'll do a collab one day. Maybe me and your ex will do a collab. We'll do some strange kind of fucking collab. If you could do one of day game, night game, online game for the rest of your life, which one would you choose? Okay, let's say if I didn't have a life outside of game, I would pick night game. 100% I would pick night game. 100% I would pick night game. If like right now, like I'm doing a lot of other stuff, like I don't really have time to go out and night game and day game and stuff, online game is going to be the most convenient. But yeah, if let's say you put me on an island where I couldn't work, I couldn't go to the gym, and the only thing is there is a mall, it's a nightclub, or there's like online game, then I would pick, like I would do night game for the rest of my life, for sure. Because I think night game is the most fun. Absolutely. How do I get started with night game? I've never done it. I've made videos about what to do if you're a beginner in night game. Like I've done those type of videos. You can just go check those out. They're still going to be accurate. They're still going to be accurate. I don't remember what I say in them, but like the best answer you'll get from just going to watch them. I'm gonna get something to drink. Is the mall the best day game spot? I mean, I don't think it matters where you go, to be honest. I don't think it matters like exactly where you go. But I mean, malls are always like pretty convenient, logistically. How important are Tinder bios? Super important. And are there good examples or blueprints to follow? For example, things to avoid or definitely include. I mean, this is such a popular question that I should make a video about it. Or maybe I make like an entire live stream just dedicated to that question, and I'll throw together like a guide. In like, let's say I create like a PowerPoint presentation, and I can like do that, go through it on like a live stream, like kind of like a lecture, and you guys can ask questions and stuff. Is the majority of your day game in your personal life the mall or streets? At this point, Starbucks. Because that's like, if I leave my house, I only go to Starbucks, or I go to get groceries. That's it. Like, or I go to the gym. But like, if I'm in the gym, I'm fucking working out. Like if I'm training hard. I'm training hard like a motherfucker. Like in between sets, I'm dead. I'm dead in between my sets at the gym. And like I'm focused on my workout. I'm not even checking my phone. I'm like laser focused, right? Like I don't go to the mall and just fuck around and walk around in circles. I don't have time for that. So for me, like most realistically, like day game is gonna be in Starbucks when I'm waiting for my coffee. If there happens to be someone in the line and I'm not doing anything, but I'm always gaming the baristas, man. I'm always like emotionally spiking the baristas and shit. Like I have one of my Starbucks baristas now. She's been like chasing for like. Almost a year at this point. Almost a year. And like, I flaked on her this Sunday, actually. I forgot about it. I flaked on her. She was gonna come over, and I just completely forgot about it. How the fuck are you getting the barista? Yeah, I mean, if you come here, you can see me do it. I'm also gaming another girl that's working in the bank here, and she's like she's been like spamming me on Instagram, and she's trying to invite me on like a vacation. Super interesting. And she's like, it's so funny. Like when I'm walking past the bank, she's giving me like Kinder bars and shit. It's like it's the most interesting thing ever. She's like giving me like random candy and stuff. That's her game. Her game is like feeding me candy. It's super interesting, but I mean like it's working. I like it. Every time she gives me candy, I'm happy, right? So like it's not the worst strategy. What would you say for quick emotional spikes? Come on, bro. You've been watching my streams for like fucking like weeks now, and you don't know what a fucking quick emotional spike would look like? You're fucking kidding me. I mean, that would be like one, I guess. That would be like one emotional spike. I'm joking. I'm joking, but like seriously, that would be like a decent emotional spike. The barista, I mean, fuck, like I need to think. I need to remember. I need to remember what I've said before. Are you still in touch with the most attractive girl you pulled? I don't remember like who the most attractive was. It also depends on how you define it, like because my type of girl has also changed throughout the years. So I don't know, but like I'm in touch with most. I stay in touch with most girls, right? Like more or less. Like it's not like I'm messaging like every day and shit, but like every now and then it's like, hey, what's up? How are you? That kind of thing. Yeah, I stay in touch for sure, for sure. How do you balance being grounded and being expressive? That is a good question. That is a good question. I would say if you're being well, because the thing is, they're not like mutually exclusive, and they don't really contradict each other when you really think about it. Because the way I think about groundedness is like being like emotionally stable. It's like being emotionally stable and being in control of your emotions, and not like being all over the fucking place with your emotions. Being expressive, that is conveying emotion through your communication. Like it could be like through your tonality, it could be like obviously through your choice of words, it could be from your body language, your facial expressions, your eye contact. So you can express emotions while still being, let's say internally like calm and like relaxed and not like in an emotionally reactive state. So you can be emotionally like non-reactive while still expressing like a lot of emotions. So I mean that's how you would balance it. The balance is expressing emotions without being emotionally affected inside. That's how I would like describe it. That's like the most accurate way I can think of like right now. For example, if I open a girl, I'm like, hey, excuse me, are you from Germany? And she's like, yeah, I'm from Germany. Like, no fucking way, nah, there's no fucking way you're from Germany. Like obviously, like on the inside, I'm not like, oh my god, I'm so like emotionally reactive over the fact that she's from Germany. Oh my god, like no, like you're just expressing it. Like I know that's like the most ridiculous example ever, but you get what I'm saying. Uh, Girls with tats, yes, love it, man. Did a girl ever tie you? Nope, nope. Has a girl ever found your or Mark's infield of her? Yes, and they didn't give a shit. That's the funny part. They didn't give a shit. They really don't care. Is Tinder Gold worth it? Yes. I would say Tinder Platinum is even more worth it. Definitely get the upgraded like memberships. It's super worth it. Yeah, it's pretty shocking, but they don't really give a shit. Pretty surprising. They don't. Well, it's like 1 a.m. here, so Tinder is pretty dead. No one's awake. They're all working their normal jobs. Plebs. All right, so let's see if we have more questions from anyone. My phone is exploding. Go over my hinge combo. Yeah, I haven't set up OBS so that I can see the screenshots. But I can set it up for the next stream, so we can go through it on the next one. We can go through it on the next one. I need to respond to all this fucking getting blown up over here. Just a reminder of the Excel video thing. Yeah. I have to re-upload it. I have to re-upload it on another channel, but I can do it. I have a very interesting conversation here right now. Ah, the girl who there was a girl who like DM slided me earlier today because she was like, "Hey Alex, you didn't swipe right on me on Tinder. Tell me why." And I was like, that was actually like a really good opener. Like I'm like, fuck that would probably it worked on me, so it'll definitely work on girls too. I said, "Hey, sorry, I didn't see your profile. If you super liked me, I probably would have seen it. I don't have Tinder Gold, but we are here. And you are in my city. How are you?" Amazing. Are you also in Warsaw? Let's see. What if when I get rich? Ugh, what the fuck? What if when I get high SMV and rich, the excuses don't disappear? What to do then? Then I mean, you gotta fix your fucking mindset. You gotta fix your mindset. Like, like fuck you. You just go take action. Like who cares if you make excuses? Just go take action. You know what to do. Just do it. Like, go out and approach. Go out, approach, and shut the fuck up. Really. That's all you have to do. Go out, approach, and shut the fuck up. That's all you have to do. Really. That's all you have to do. Go out and approach. Period. You're fucking overthinking it. Just go out and fucking do it. How to reduce flake rate on Tinder, especially when you transition to Instagram. Well, I think the best thing you can do is to have as solid as an interaction as possible over Tinder first. And then once you get to Instagram, you want to schedule it maybe at most 2 or 3 days out. So don't schedule for like a week out. Then she's definitely like almost definitely going to flake. But schedule as soon into the future as you can. So like the best thing is like today. Second best thing is tomorrow. Third best thing is like the day after. But like as soon as possible. This girl, she messaged me. She's like, Alex. I'm like, what's up? She's like, make a wish, but don't tell me. What do you guys think I wished for? I can't tell her, but what do you guys think I wished for? Is Mastermind a Facebook group or website? Well, so it's both. You get the website where you have access to like a fuck ton of content. But then I think the most valuable part, to be honest, about the membership is the Facebook group, because that's where you get access to me, Marcus, and David, and we can give you feedback on all of the shit that you post in there. You get the access to the members also, so you get like, no matter where you are in the world, you're going to have solid wings, and you're going to have like a good support system. I think that's like the most valuable part. Then obviously, like, we do the free like Zoom hangouts every week, which is essentially like 3 group coaching calls where you can really like boil it down to. So like whatever thing you have an issue with, you go in there, boom, we fucking help you. So I think that's the best part of it. And if you want to join, you click the link that is in the pin in the chat. You get 2-week free trial. Cancel whenever you want, but you won't want to. How many approaches a day should I do as a beginner for max results? As many as possible. For her to give you the best experience of your life. Oh, dude, I was already thinking that. She already has, but she could do it again. What about you? Yeah. Ah, it's this girl. Dude, she's hot as fuck. Now I know who's DM sliding me. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. I get burned out if I do too much. Yeah. So I think it's pretty much like the gym, right? There's always like, let's say if you go to the gym, you can only do a certain amount of work before you get to the point where you're not able to like recover anymore. I think it's kind of like the same thing here. Like, I think you wanna find the sweet spot where you can push yourself, but you still don't burn out, and you can go out the next day and you'll be fine. So, I mean, that's up to you. You know that better than I do. How to hook often in the first seconds, minutes of interaction in night game, and what do you do if you don't get compliance when you open? We need to open strong as fuck. But when I say strong as fuck, guys underestimate how strong I actually mean. I mean fucking strong. Fucking strong. The girl should be thinking, this is the most confident and assertive guy I've met in my entire life when you open, or it's not strong enough. While still being calibrated, obviously. But I mean, that's in a nutshell is going to be the most important thing. If you don't do that, well, it's going to be hard. If I visualize myself being Andrew Tate when approaching, but using your verbals, my subcons will be good, right? Yeah, I mean, of course, Andrew Tate is good subcons. Of course. Fuck yeah. You could try it. Let me know how it goes. But like, if you're able to actually copy the subcons, of course, things are gonna go well. I'm curious to see how you handle non-compliance. Yeah, I mean, I think the best way to handle non-compliance is to avoid it in the first place. Of course, you're gonna get it. Oh, this girl, she remembered my birthday. That's why she said make a wish, because she remembered my birthday. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Do you open that strong in day game too? Yep. Oh, dude. I would almost argue it's more important to open strong in day game, because all of these day gamers, they're opening like pussies. And you need to... Okay, I'll tell you the number one secret to day game is to separate yourself from all of the other guys day gaming. especially if it's like a place where a lot of people day game. Most of them are going to. Let me try to show you with my water bottle. It's probably gonna be something like, hey, excuse me, I saw you from all the way over there, and I just had to come say hello. What's your name? That's probably what most fucking day game approaches are going to look like. It's not good, right? Like the way you want to go about it is you wanna do the opposite of what every other guy is doing. That is the secret to day game. Do the opposite of what every other day gamer is doing, and you will succeed. I fucking promise you, man. I promise you. Now give us your approach. Okay, well, I need to imagine. I need an imaginary girl. I need an imaginary girl in front of me. It would be good. It would be good to get a girl over here to show on. Thank you so much. You know, could you come over here right now? I need you for a demonstration. I can do it on David next week. Okay, that's good. That's much better. Like I feel like a retard doing it to like air, approaching air. Approaching air, yeah. But I mean, probably like, fuck, do I have a video? Yeah, I mean, I try to get a girl over and like just demo on. I'll feel far less retarded getting a girl over, demo on her than demoing on air. Feels awkward as fuck. Like even doing that felt so awkward. Because I want subcoms to calibrate off. Because I don't have like. It's even when I'm approaching, I can see her facial expression and stuff, and I can adjust to it. It feels so fucking weird to not adjusting. I don't know. Show us a video, that's what our dreams are. Yeah. I don't know if I have. Every stream is better than the last. Well, I hope so. I hope so. Like, I'm new with doing these live streams. I'm trying to figure out the gist of it. And I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the way that I can do it where people don't get bored? Because I feel like if I'm sitting and I'm being quiet for too long, like, people are gonna zone out and get bored. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the way I can keep people engaged for the longest? Like, I'm still new to this. I'm trying to figure this shit out. But I feel like planning, like more planning and having stuff prepared beforehand could be like really smart. All right, we got a Tinder combo. Hi, babe. All right, she's gaming. This girl is gaming now. What the fuck? Alright. We'll Google Translate. I have no idea what this means. When was the last time you examined yourself? Examine myself? Maybe she's talking about like the glasses, like optical. Optical, yeah. Alright, so. Well, okay, Alex. Secret to people not getting bored is variety. So jump from live texting to breakdowns to infield. Okay. Okay. Good idea. Yep. Guys, I love your feedback, by the way. If you can give me feedback on how to make these streams better, I would love that. I only missed one live stream, and this is because I had a date due to you. Do you think we get bored? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking myself, if I'm watching like a live stream, and like, if something doesn't happen for like, if nothing happens for like a long enough period of time, we're gonna be, all right, we're gonna do something else. Well, actually, regardless of what she means, if she means sexual, if she means sexually or just like glasses, it doesn't matter. I always make sure to get tested regularly. What about yourself? Just because that could mean anything, in any way, shape, or form, right? Let's just assume that it's sexual. So let's just go with it. I don't know if she means that. More text game breakdowns. Yeah. Could break down your guys' interactions. But the thing is, I would have to do that tomorrow because I'm using this computer right now, and I need to set up everything on OBS again, which is, for me, I'm an OBS retard, so I need some time to do that. I'm Polish. She's talking about STDs 99%. Is she gonna tell me I've met her before and she gave me an STD or something? I can't wait to see what the fuck this girl's gonna say. Or she's trolling. I don't know. You're positive. Okay. She's trolling. She's definitely trolling. What do we go with? Let's just pretend like she's fully serious. Positive for what exactly? Let's just fully assume that she's actually serious. I don't know. Let's just assume it. We'll just assume it. Yeah, I have the cure. Like, even like the best cure for HIV is 20 orgasms. Best HIV cure. Yes, we can do a orgy, but you need to bring some of your friends as well. By the way, I need you for a demonstration. Don't ask, just do it. Alex, do you open super strong even when a girl's walking in day game? Lots of beginners, not you, but beginners, end up startling the girl, getting too close, too loud. Yes, that's the thing. You want to open strong without startling her. Yes, of course. Like, you don't want to freak her out. And that's the thing. Like, you need to do it in like a calibrated and smooth way. You need to open strong as fuck when it's still calibrated and smooth. That's what you gotta do, right? So the thing is, if you approach her from behind and you open strong, you're gonna freak her the fuck out. So you never open from behind. So like, literally like, let's just, if I can demonstrate here with like, let's say the Coke Zero is the girl. I'll say that because I'm sexually attracted to Coke Zero. So let's say the Coke Zero is what, and this is me. This is not me, but it's like the guy approaching. It's like, this is the girl. She's going about her day. Boop, 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 and you get in front. Boom, 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 boom. Close proximity. That's how you would open, pretty much. But most guys, they come like this. Hey, excuse me, I thought you were cute. It's not gonna work. She's gonna be like, whoa, 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 what the fuck? I didn't even see you coming. She's gonna freak the fuck out. So that's where you like, you get in front, boom, 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 boom. Then you come here, boom, boom, boom. And now you can close proximity. And while you're going from here to here, you're always reading her facial expressions. So when if you see her going like, whoa, like she's like retracting, you stop. You don't keep moving. But if she's receptive, obviously you just keep closing your proximity, right? Do you say, hey, excuse me, nice and slowly too? Yeah, well, you say it in a way where you can grab her attention. But it probably is going to be pretty nice and slowly. If I were to say it, probably sounds something like, hey, excuse me. So you want to do it in a way where it sounds assertive, and where you're like, how do I put it? Like, you want to do it in a way where you're not asking for her attention, you're commanding the attention. So it would probably be something like, hey, excuse me. That's probably how I would do it, but with a smile on my face. So probably like, hey, excuse me. But not like, hey, excuse me. Like, it can't be anything like that. It has to be like you're commanding the attention. You're not asking if you can have it. You take the attention. But then again, it feels fucking weird doing it to a mic. But I think if you get the point I'm trying to make, it's like you do it in a way where like it's assertive, it's commanding, without being like scary or intimidating. That makes sense. That's probably how I would say it. How would I objection handle a situation where I was trying to get lead a girl to dance floor, but she has to go to bottles with her friends? Well, first of all, I would want to know like how much attraction do you have, right? Because she could be saying that just because you don't have enough value or attraction to isolate her, right? But it could also, if it's like legit, like you have good attraction, but you know she actually has to go to the bottles with her friends, I wouldn't try to push for it there. Like either I would like number close, or if you can go with her, if you can, in a way where you're not overstaying your welcome or anything. Because if you overstay your welcome, well, you're gonna blow it out anyway. So you would be better off just taking the lead, like taking the number or something. But yeah, generally that's what I would say. It's like you're not gonna talk her out or convince her to not go to her friends to the bottles. Either you have enough attraction that she stays with you. But if she says that, it's very low probability you're gonna get over it. Just saying. What is your preferred girl's age range? Probably like 20 to 24. Around there. Maybe 19 to 24. But like I found like I like 20 to 24. What do you think of MILFs? I'm not a fan. Like generally speaking, I'm sure some of them are great, but there's nothing about an older woman that like excites me. I'm like, there's zero upsides, right? There's zero upsides. Like for me personally, I'm sure some guys they fucking love that. For me, it's just like doesn't do anything for me. That's like in the same way, like there are a bunch of girls that are like into like guys who are like 50 plus. There are girls who are not into that. I'm not into older girls. Hey Alex, check out Jack Denmo Infield. How does he improve verbally? I mean, I know I've seen some videos of him before. But I don't remember what he was doing, so I can't. Like I would have to watch them over again. But like as I said, I set up OBS and all that shit, so I'll do that like another time. But I can do that. I can look at these guys like the fucking Elliot guy, that guy was talking about before, and I could check out Jack Denmo. Positive for what exactly? HIV. Oh my god, me too. I never thought I'd meet someone who also had it. Finally. Only if you're fine with me giving you 20 free orgasms before. This girl is trolling hardcore. Why not? What if she does actually have HIV though? I doubt it. I mean, she's trolling, obviously. Me too. But shit, crashed. He crashed. The fuck? Well. There we go. Oh no, like I'm looking at her photo. She's definitely not trans. She's just trolling. They never missed the opportunity. Yeah. Alright guys, well Tinder is dead. Tinder is dead because it's 1 a.m. No one is awake. He's gonna respond. How are you going to make it worth cheating on me? I'm just gonna play along, right? Let's play along. Ten out of 10 looking transgender versus 1 out of 10 Hulk Hogan looking woman. Depends on who you're asking. Depends on who you're asking, right? Like I know a lot of guys that would, you know, no names, but there are guys who would do that to add it to their leg count list. Is that girl coming around for the demo? Well, one of them is sleeping, the other one has a boyfriend. I don't know. The one that has a boyfriend, I've already slept with her before. But yeah. The other one, she would literally be at the snap of the finger because she's been trying to meet every day for like a year. I've just been like flaking on her. But she's really hot. So are we sending text interaction for tomorrow? Yeah, let's do that, guys. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Send me text interactions. I need to go to the gym now because I'm gonna do leg day. I'm gonna do a fuck ton of deadlifts today. Hamstrings. And it's 1 a.m. so I kind of need to get going now unless I want to be at the gym until like 5 a.m. So yeah, send me your screenshots. And I will analyze them for you tomorrow, and we'll cap it here. I'm gonna do my birthday deadlifts. So thank you for joining, guys, and peace out. Yeah, same email. The email is in the description for this live. And yeah, guys, if you haven't done it, join the Mastermind. The link is in the pinned comment. umpuniversity.com/free trial. 2 weeks free, you get access to me. You get personal access to me, so you can post your shit in the group and I will give you feedback and I will help you personally. Marcus and David too, of course. You get access to about 1,500 hours of video content. 3 weekly Zoom hangouts where it's essentially group coaching calls. It's the best bang for your buck. It's cheap as fuck. So go join it.